Frameworks and Instructional Resources Division. We are so excited to be here for the second, yes, the second of our 6 Math CFCC meetings. Little did we know in February that we would be in our current state. It feels good to finally be able to get on with the important work of revising the mathematics framework. Thank you for your participation in our virtual meeting. It is truly a pleasure to see everyone virtually, of course. I would like to just take a moment to comment on our meeting today and on our meetings going forward. As you know, in light of the governor's statewide stay-at-home orders in the month of March, 3 meetings of the Math CFCC were canceled, and the State Board of Education revised the mathematics framework revision schedule of significant events in May. And so 3 new Math CFCC meetings were added to the schedule. I would like to also thank all of our Math CFCC members for agreeing to continue this important work and for being available for the 3 new meeting dates. Second, this is our very first meeting back, and it is entirely virtual. All of the CFCC members are off-site, and so are the members of the public. Some of our staff is off-site as well, but several of us are on-site at the California Department of Education. We don't know exactly what the future will hold, so it is possible that some, or all of our remaining Math CFCC meetings will be entirely remote or virtual. Right now, we are planning on virtual, actually through the end of 2020. So this means that today and tomorrow will be a tremendous learning experience for all of us. So going forward, just want you to know that there will be opportunities for you to provide feedback on the meeting today, as we would like to use this meeting to calibrate and fine-tune the meeting. So, and as well as the work of proposing recommendations and commenting on each other's recommendations and comments, and of course, of voting and reaching consensus virtually in an efficient, professional, and fully transparent way, so that the members of the public have access to all of your work. And based on our experience today and tomorrow, we'll also calibrate how we organize future meetings and meeting schedules. Finally, it will be important that we are efficient with our time together. The co-chairs will do their best to ensure sufficient discussion of all items that need to be discussed, that all members who wish to speak are given the chance to do so, and that all of the work of the committee is completed within the allotted times. At this meeting, you are providing feedback on draft chapters you have read for the first time. In future meetings, you will do first reads of chapters as well as second reads of chapters you have previously provided feedback on, which means that our agendas will need to be tightened up a bit, even a bit more. It will be important that we are all judicious and efficient in our deliberations so that we don't run out of time. Before we get started, I'd like to begin with a roll call. Denise, will you please assist us with a roll call?
Yes. Eris Biegler.
Here.
Thank you. Lena Bradshaw.
Here.
Nancy Butler-Wolf. I'm not hearing here. Erin Fraser.
Here.
Lori Fryermuth.
Here.
Lori Fury.
Here.
Lindsay Gatfield.
Here.
Crystal Gomez.
Here.
Janet Hollister.
Here.
Isabella Hogerman. Isabella. Okay, not hearing. Lisa. Lisa Hogerman.
She's saying here, but it's just we can't hear her for some reason. She's not on mute.
Thank you so much. Stephanie Holloway. Not hearing. Andrew Huffaker.
Here.
Janie Kim.
Here. Here.
Rebecca Pariso.
Here.
Christina Rubalcava.
Here.
Theodore Sagan.
Here.
Ma Bernadette Salgarino. Not hearing here. Stephen Sampson.
Here.
Rosa Sarah-Torre. Not hearing anything. Diane Wilson.
Here.
Okay.
Great. And did anyone join or that since we did a roll call? So just doing a final check for Isabella Hogerman. She's here. Okay. Got you down. Ma Bernadette and Rosa and Nancy. Okay. Thank you. So I would also like to welcome our additional attendees today. So here in the room with us or offline, our CDE staff. So in the building with me are Constantino Silva, Jonathan Lee, Lashana Smedley, and Denise Figueroa. And then off-site, our staff, Kyle Petty, Kenneth McDonald, and Aaron Jacks. Did I miss any CDE staff that are also with us? No? Okay, great. And then also joining us are Pam Castleman of State Board Liaison, and then also Board Member Rucker. Thank you for joining us today. And then finally, we are joined by our writing team, Brian Lundeman, Katie Early, Ben Ford, and Jenny Langer-Osona. I would like to ask if Board Member Rucker or Pamela Castleman have any words for our Math CFCC members at this time.
Good morning to everyone. This is Patricia Rucker. I just wanted to add my thanks and appreciation to all of those of you who are able to participate today, and for those of you who are joining us and listening in as stakeholders on the work that we're doing to revise and update the mathematics framework. This is a very bold venture, just doing the work to talk about math and improve and upgrade the advice and guidance that the framework will give concerning the instruction of mathematics going forward is very important. But this is also the work that we're doing online and working remotely over Zoom. This is also significant and important because it's a statement to California and to the education community that despite the serious, urgent matters that are in front of us because of the health issues that we're faced with, that our work is still important, that it still needs to go on, and we are showing and modeling the best and the most effective ways to do this. That's both in a respectful manner, but that also allows very important conversations to be had and to be developed in front of the public and under the public scrutiny, and doing it in a way that invites engagement and supports the collective effort of everyone who's involved. So I really want to make sure that you all understand not only how important your work is, but how historically significant it is that we are choosing to do this and continue this effort in this venue. So thank you all very, very much.
Thank you so much, Board Member Rucker. I will now.
Thank you.
Oh, go ahead, Pam. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for the invitation to join the Math CFC in this very important work. And on behalf of the State Board staff, we just want to say thank you, and we appreciate your work so very much.
Thank you so much. I will now hand it over to our lead program consultant, Jonathan Lee, who will review our meeting agenda for the day.
Thank you so much, Director Coates. Good morning, Math CFCC members. It's indeed a pleasure to see everyone here, albeit virtually. And we have a full agenda for our meeting, and I will now review the activities for today, day one. In just a moment, we'll discuss the norms and procedures for a virtual meeting. Following that, our co-chairs will conduct a community building activity. Then Director Coates will like to make some comments regarding audience considerations in the revision of the math framework. After that, we will conclude the work that we started in February by having a consensus discussion on Chapter 5, the data science chapter. And then that will bring us to lunch. After lunch, our colleagues from the Assessment, Development, and Administration Division will provide a presentation on state-level assessment considerations. Following the presentation, we will have public comment. After that, we will hear from our framework writers. Then we'll begin the important work of providing your feedback and recommendations on Chapter 10, the Mathematics Assessment in the 21st Century chapter, to the writing team. Today, you'll go through what we will be calling the first read of the chapter. That will bring us to the end of the day, where we will do an overview of day 2, and we will adjourn. Also, we will be having both a morning and afternoon break on both days, even though it's not on the slide. Finally, just a note about flexibility in the schedule. We will make changes as needed based on the actual time required to complete the various tasks. Also, the co-chairs will use the discretion to move items as needed. Are there any questions about our agenda for today? And we don't have any questions? Thank you. Before we begin the meeting, I would like to share our norms for virtual meetings. No doubt many of you have participated in Zoom meetings and seminars over the past 3 months. Our norms are likely very similar to the ones you've used in other virtual meetings. They are also the same ones we discussed in our practice run last week. Now, I would like to review the norms that we are all on, so that we are all on the same page. First, the all-important mute button. It's located in the menu bar on the bottom left of your screen. The menu bar will appear as soon as your cursor is over the Zoom window. Click on the mute button to mute and unmute yourself throughout the meeting. Ensure that your microphone is off when you are not speaking. That will help keep down unnecessary background noise. Next to the microphone, you'll find a caret or a circumflex symbol, which looks like the tip of an arrow pointing up. If you have any issues with your audio connection, this gives you other audio connection options. And finally, the extremely important Zoom reactions. These are found by clicking the participant button. We will discuss the 4 primary Zoom reactions we will use throughout the meetings in a few moments. For now, I'll simply point out that this is where you will find the raise your hand feature, which you will use when you wish to speak. When you have your hand raised, the co-chairs will call on you, at which time you will unmute yourself and provide your comment. A quick note about the chat feature. It has been turned off for this meeting, given that Bagley Keene requires that the public have access to all discussions related to the work of the committee. We would also request that you observe the following virtual meeting norms. Be present and focused during the meeting. It's a long day, and we realize that, but we want you to be here and focus when you're here. If your camera is off, we will assume that you are away. Another rule is to monitor your airtime. A good rule of thumb is 3 before me. What this means is, if you've already spoken once, allow at least 3 other people the opportunity to speak before requesting to speak again. Again, when not speaking, leave your microphone muted to alleviate the background noise and feedback.
What are we doing? I wasn't really listening. What are we doing?
Okay, I'm going to continue. Sorry about that.
Okay. I'm actually on another Zoom call with the CDE.
If you could mute your microphone.
Very distracted, split between 2 Zoom calls, which is actually very difficult to do. I didn't know you have to have 2 different devices.
Shanine, it appears that someone named W.T. Bryan. There we go.
Okay, thank you. Again, when you're not speaking, leave your microphone muted to alleviate background noise and feedback. When you're voting later today, wait until you're acknowledged before you put away your reaction. And please pay attention to your background and your lighting. Are there any comments or questions on our meeting norms? You can, no, thank you. Before I turn it over to our co-chairs for the community building activity, I would like to remind everyone where to locate the meeting materials and make a comment regarding public comment, which we will take this afternoon. You're all sent a box.com folder, and in that folder you will find a meeting agenda, a draft of the framework chapters, State Board of Education revised schedule of significant events or the timeline, guidelines for the revision of the math framework, written public comments that have been received, links to the resources from the assessment division, and the consensus procedures. The address to the box link at the bottom of the slide is for members of the public who have not yet downloaded the draft chapters and wish to do so. I can give a moment to take a picture of this slide before we move on. The consensus documents, which are included in your individual, include your individual comments, which many of you submitted separately before the meeting and were consolidated by chapter, are available at the bit.ly addresses that will be on the next slide, on this slide. Thank you. Chapter 5, Data Science, Recommendations from our first meeting. You'll recall that during the first and second small group breakouts that we proposed changes to the draft chapters and also highlighted the recommendations that you wished to further discuss. CDE staff has facilitated those small groups discussions. This document includes all of your recommendations, including the highlights on the ones which you will discuss later this morning. The Google Docs are view only, as the CDE staff will be making modifications on the committee's discussions and voting. I will now allow another few seconds for members of the public who wish to snap a picture of the bit.ly addresses. And finally, a brief note about public comment, which is scheduled at 1:30 this afternoon and 2:40 tomorrow afternoon. Members of the public, although you're viewing via the CDE webcast, public comment will take place via the telephone line listed on the screen. We will project the slide again at the public comment time as well. If you wish to submit written comment, please use the math framework mailbox on the screen. Comments received will be provided to the CFCC members and made available to the public, but will not be read aloud. At this time, I would like to welcome and introduce our co-chairs, Diane Wilson and Lori Farmuth. And they will lead us through an activity.
So in the spirit of team building and doing some SEL, we came up with a question for everyone to answer that feels comfortable with answering. And it is on your screen. What is the unexpected positive you have experienced from the COVID-19 quarantine? We know this is a trying time, but we also know that some really cool stuff has happened as well from having to rethink life. So since I'm asking the question, I'll be happy to share first. One unexpected positive was just working on thinking more positively about how things happened. You don't think about the timing of things, but I think everything happens in time. I had 2 very sick cats, and luckily they were both better before the quarantine started, so I didn't have to go out. So I'm taking that as very positive, and that's one of the things I reflect on, is just trying to actually be more positive during this time. So if anyone else would like to share If you could raise your hand, I will call on you. Anyone? Okay, sorry, hand. Okay, I'll just go in order. Diane, if you could unmute yourself and share something with us.
Mine is about family life. Our family is huge board game players, and we tend to play very strategy-oriented board games. And so we were all feeling like, oh my gosh, we're not going to be able to play board games for months. But we found an online site called Board Game Arena, and it has quite a few of our favorite games. And so we can all be at our houses, and then we Zoom and we play games at the same time. And it's not quite the same as being there, but it's awfully close.
Thank you for sharing. Janet Hollister?
One of the positives that came out of it is just the team of people that came together to just start working on things. And so whether it's a bunch of teacher teams that came together to think about how we're going to move forward this upcoming year, or just sort of the people that I work with in my office, it really was a sense of community that we can do this together. And so we usually work as a team, but it was really not dread and overwhelm. It's like, okay, we got this. Let's just buckle down and do it. So that positivity that we can overcome things was awesome.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Erin?
So my positive was having the time to actually do some of the projects around the house that have been on our list for like 10, 15 years. So, we renovated our laundry room and we put in a new cabinet and we painted another room, and then our backyard's almost done. So that's been nice. It's nice to have that done.
Good. Thank you for sharing. It's nice to see you. Rebecca? Lisa?
Okay, can you hear me? Sorry about that.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, Rebecca, and then Lisa.
Okay, so I have had so much fun showing my kiddos some old Netflix movies, some classics, so that they've never seen before, like The Princess Bride and movies like that. So it's been a lot of fun.
Good. Thank you for sharing. Then Lisa? All right, I don't hear Lisa. We can come back to her. Lindsay?
The positive that came out of it was just kind of slowing down, not rushing from one place to the next all the time. And I adopted a dog.
Oh, exciting.
So that was nice. Lisa has been trying to talk and she's unmuted, but it's not doing it. So Lisa, I don't know if you have to change where your mute button is. To the right of it, there's a caret, and maybe selecting a different microphone under that setting will help you.
Lisa, if you need to also, I believe in the email Jonathan sent, there was a phone number. So if you need to, you could use your computer for video and your phone for audio.
I'm not seeing any more hands, but if there's someone that would like to share, that would be great. And in fact, on the last share, I read, actually, I've been reading a little bit of Facebook. Lisa, did you want to go ahead and share? No? Okay, let me know if you want.
Now she's muted.
Now you're just muted. Oh, we still can't hear you. Okay. Was that someone said about being stressful staying home? And someone said, let's not pretend that our 80-hour work weeks and our constant rush weren't stressful. So I thought, oh, that is true. That is true. Well, thank you, everybody, for sharing. I know these are types of questions that we can share with our students. I know I will be starting at least the first 4 weeks of school back distance learning. So these might be questions that I am using with some of my kids as I get to know them, since I won't know them when we start. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and turn this over then to Ms. Coates.
Thank you so much. And our technology services is working to ensure that Lisa can get properly connected. So before we begin our work this morning, I have a couple of comments to help guide your work. Next slide, please. First, it's been 4 months since the first meeting, and it will be important then that we take time to reacquaint ourselves with the State Board of Education approved guidelines for the revision of the mathematics framework. The guidelines really are our North Star for this process. As such, we ask that you continually ask yourselves, how are we addressing the guidelines in each guideline, in each chapter as applicable? Are the guidelines adequately and clearly addressed? Are there any guidelines that are not sufficiently or clearly addressed? And if so, what recommendations do I have for improvement? So we ask that you just please keep your guidelines handy during the next 2 days and every time you read a draft chapter. Second, the goal of your work is to make the framework guidance, which is intended to help instructional practitioners implement the California Standards for Mathematics, as clear and as understandable as it can be. Therefore, we also would like you to continually ask yourselves, is the information being presented in the framework as clear as it can be to someone who is not an expert in the field? If it's not, then how can we make it clearer? In those sections of the framework that may be more complex, or which you feel would be complemented well by a practical example, propose a snapshot or a vignette to illustrate the practical application in the classroom. Next slide, please. Along the same lines, a second comment I would like to add is on the topic of who is our audience. Our classroom practitioners range from novice to experienced. Administrators will use the framework to help guide the professional learning needs of the staff and to be an instructional leader. School governing boards will use the framework to guide them as they make decisions about instructional materials adoptions. And finally, publishers will use the framework to guide the writing of instructional materials and resources. Therefore, we encourage that when you review the chapters, you bring your expertise and lens, but also bring the lens of each of these audiences. As you read the chapters, you want to make sure that the definitions, explanations, examples, and guidance related to each term is as accessible to all of our intended audiences as possible. I have selected here a few examples, a sampling, if you will, of some rather complex terms from Chapter 5, Data Science chapter for illustration. Questions you may wish to ask yourself. Could the draft chapter benefit from additional attention to how each of these terms can be made easier to understand for multiple audiences? The draft chapter is incredibly accurate and indeed complex, but if it is not helpful for all of our audiences, we would have missed the mark. So our goal is to help make complex language plain. I will now turn it over to Costa, who will guide the consensus discussion protocols.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Director Coates. So this consensus discussion on Chapter 5 is to pick up where you left off your work on this chapter at the end of the first meeting. You'll recall that in the first meeting, you provided feedback in small groups and then highlighted the comments and recommendations that you felt needed further discussion. I will show you briefly what that looks like. I'm going to come out of the presentation and just show you the document. I want to be able to, what I'll do for the quickest access will be to click here. And so here we have the document that has all of the recommendations that you collectively submitted, but we also have the highlighted ones. This is what you did in the second phase of the small group work. You highlighted those questions that you had further questions on, that you had doubts about, that you just wanted more clarification on. There are 29, a total of 29 highlighted comments. These are the 29 comments you will be taking up during your discussion today. So let me come back to the presentation. And we'll just continue. In a moment, I will go over the voting process, but the discussion process, will go as follows. The chairs will open up the discussion, one item at a time. Members who wish to speak on an item will need to use the raise hand feature. More on that in a moment. One of the co-chairs will acknowledge the speaker, and the staff will assist in making sure that all raised hands are notified to the co-chairs so that everyone who wishes to speak is called on. After you make your comment, please lower your hand and mute your microphone. In order to ensure that all of the discussion items are completed in the allotted time, the co-chairs will call for a vote once sufficient discussion has taken place on the item. The co-chairs will use their best judgment to determine the right time to call for a vote. Also, at the discretion of the co-chairs, discussion on an item on which consensus is not reached may be extended and a second vote called for. An item that does not reach consensus after a second vote may be put in the parking lot for continued discussion at a later time. Are there any questions on the discussion part of the process? Okay, we will continue on. So voting using the reactions buttons. As we mentioned earlier, we will be using the Zoom features known as reactions for discussing and voting. These are found by first clicking on the participants button at the bottom of the Zoom screen. Once you click on participants, you will see the list of all meeting participants show up on the right of your screen. The first thing we're going to do is please find your name, and I'll ask staff here to help me with this. This is a good time to check that your display name is your full name. If it isn't, this is a good time to change it. Do we have any committee members that we need to walk through the process to make sure that their full name appears? Okay. Okay, so okay. You will notice that some names begin with different prefixes. For example, CDE staff begin with CDE. The writing team begin with WT for writing team, etc. So the only ones without any kind of prefix are you, the committee members. They have an asterisk. Okay, so let's continue on to talk about the reactions buttons. Here's a screenshot of the reactions that you'll be using. So you'll recall that for the in-person meeting, you used voting cards to cast your votes for the recommended actions. For the virtual meeting, you will use these Zoom reactions. These features will allow us to quickly know your votes and to be able to tally the results. We have the same 3 voting options as we did in the first meeting. The voting options are yes. This is going to be the yes reaction, the green circle with the check mark. This is the equivalent of the yes card you used in person. The next button is no, the no reaction, the red circle with an X. This is equivalent to the no card you used in the in-person meeting. And finally, thumbs up. This is going to be the equivalent of the I can live with it, or the yellow card that you used in the first meeting. This option will appear when you click on the more icon to the far right. And you can see it there on the screen. It's circled. You have to click on that icon, on that button, and you will get the additional reactions up above. That is where the thumbs up button is. Again, when you wish to speak, use the raise hand icon. Let's do a quick practice now. Everyone, will you please raise your virtual hand, committee members? Yes, are we seeing 100% of the committee members? Excellent, thank you. Great. Please lower your hands now, unraise them. Are we good? We're helping some. Okay, we're good now. Everybody's hand has been lowered. Just as we did now, Seaford staff will assist in this process. We will count votes, and we will also read out the vote totals and indicate if consensus has been reached. Please do not remove your vote. Don't turn off your vote until staff has announced the vote total. For consensus, we need to reach a supermajority of, how many committee members do we have total? We have 19, so we need a supermajority. Denise, help me with, we need 13, a minimum of 7 yeses, and 6, I can live with it. So a plurality of yes votes in the 13, in the minimum 13 to pass, to consent to a recommendation going forward to the writers. As we noted in the consensus procedures, at the discretion of the co-chairs, discussion on an item on which consensus is not reached may be extended for a second vote. And if consensus is not reached after that, we can use the parking lot to table the item and bring it up for discussion at a later time. One last note. Items consented will be highlighted green. This is the same process we used before. Items not consented during the discussion will be highlighted red. When the consensus document is submitted to the writing team following the meeting, the items not approved by you, those in red, will not be included. And again, the items that were not highlighted, the items that are in white, let's say, that don't have a yellow highlighted, you have already agreed based on the process that those are consented to and will go forward to the writers. Okay, I believe we are ready to begin the discussion. Good timing. I think saving time is always a good thing, so we will move on ahead. But first, let me open it up. Are there any questions on the voting process? Okay, then we are ready, and I will now turn it over to our co-chairs for the consensus discussion and for your votes on Chapter 5, for your discussion and votes on Chapter 5.
All right, thank you very much. So like you, I'm seeing the document that has all of the highlighted in yellow comments this morning. And what I noticed is the document that we have shared with us for the comments has just that, the comments, but it also references the line numbers in the chapter. And so it looks to me like everyone's going to have to be able to see the full Chapter 5 document. And I'm expecting that it's going to take a minute for everyone to navigate to that. So as a way to let me know when you have everything up that you will need, will you please raise your hand until you find that Chapter 5 document? And Jonathan or Costa, I don't know if anyone can put up a link to it so that they can easily get to it.
This is the complete, so this document here has all of the recommendations, Diane, and this is the one that's highlighted with just the 29 discussion items.
Can we put the
Correct.
link in the chat so that they have access? I think that was her question.
But I think what we also need is, as you scroll through that document, it will say in lines 80 to 100. And so we need to be able to reference the full chapter the way it was originally written.
Oh, I see.
In addition to the comments.
I have it. Yes. It's also in the box link, yes.
Yeah, that was how I found it. I went to my box. Because I think we'll kind of have to go back and forth between the two. All right, so if you have the full Chapter 5 document in a place where you can see it, do not raise your hand. But if you need time to find that document, if you could raise your hand, and then once you find it, if you will lower your hand, we'll know everyone has access to it.
And we're resending the link, the box link.
Okay, to everyone's email?
We will.
Through Zoom, via Zoom.
Okay.
Chapter 5 is now up on my computer.
Okay, we have a few people finding that document. And I know this means a whole lot of things are open on your screen all at once. So this is definitely a learning opportunity for all of us.
So all of the links are now in the chat if for your access.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Diane, as needed, I will toggle back and forth between the Google Doc, the recommendations, and the chapter, just like that.
Okay. Perfect. Great. Thank you. And just so you know, I'm not looking at your screen because I have both documents open on mine. So if what I'm saying is totally out of sync with what you're showing, just let me know.
I'll try to follow your lead so that we're not out of sync.
Okay. All right. So it looks like almost everyone has found it. And if you don't have it quite yet, Constantino has it up in he's sharing his screen.
And Diane, I think we have a question. Rosa?
Oh, I just took that to mean she was still finding.
Oh, I see.
Rosa, did you have a question?
No.
Okay.
You had like 3 chapters in the links, and we're only concentrating on chapter 5 right now, correct?
That is correct.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right. So I think we are ready to start and see how this is going to work. So if you look at the chapter 5 consensus tracker document, the first comment there highlighted in yellow, number 2, I'm not going to read every comment to you because you can definitely do that. And so I'm glad we have names on here because this was 4 months ago. So if your name is on a comment, then you probably want to formulate just a 1 or 2 sentence explanation of why you asked to have that comment considered by the whole group. If you are one of our 2 Lori Fs, I don't know, all of these just say Lori, and so I don't know which Lori it might be, but you guys can work that out amongst the 2 of you. So the first comment that's highlighted, Erin, you had, that was something you had asked to have us consider. So going back 4 months, do you remember why?
Not really, but I'm trying to wrap my head around my notes. And I think this was one in our small group. There was a lot of discussion that people felt that data science, the chapter was superfluous because it's not really included in the standards as outlined. However, and we talked about this in our small group, and so I think that's why I got elected to talk on this one, was that data science is a new field that actually has come in the last 5 years, the majority of it. And it's a super important field for our students in terms of what they are going to be doing in the job market when they get out there and making them be ready for it. And so the data science, that reflecting on the part that it's not in the standards originally, it's because it didn't exist when the standards came out. It's a newer field. Technology is changing. Data science, big data sets have come out in the last couple of years, but really is now that the big data sets are that kids can reach them, teachers can access them. It's kids need to know how to use that data within the framework of the standards that there are. So it's not a new addition to our standards. It's a new lens to look at our standards through. And I think that there was a lot of discussion about that people were struggling with because they're saying we're adding new stuff. I don't think that's the case.
All right. And let me get back to where I can see everybody's hands. So comments on that. Bernadette, you have your hand up.
No, my question has already been answered by one of the moderators. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. So is there any discussion on the number 2 comment that's highlighted?
We don't see any hands, Diane.
Yeah, I see no hands. Okay. Oh, there's one. Rosa, go ahead.
I was just going to state that as a revision, there are things that happened since the last framework that, like Aaron was trying to communicate, I think it's fine to have it revised so that it includes the most current, up-to-date fields of mathematics and what we feel needs to be out there for all students to experience. That's it.
Okay, so are you advocating that we should include language that acknowledges that much of this is new since the standards were written?
Yes, but that it's not now superfluous and adding on, it's that it's embedded in the work that we advocate as part of our math framework. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Erin?
So I would suggest, in terms of if we're going to be giving feedback to the writer, the way this is written is not very much actionable, that the chapter is aspirational but should include language related to an awareness, that it's not part of the California framework or the standards. I think we need to reword it, that maybe there needs to be a focus on how teachers can incorporate the data science lens using the existing standards and the importance of that, and that, so that maybe needs to be more clear, because I don't think that was clear to all the committee members when they read it.
Okay. Whoever is typing for CDE, Erin, could you maybe say that again so they can capture?
Okay. So again, I think it needs to be actionable, and right now the way it's written, it's not. So I don't know if this, I can't remember, I don't know who actually had put this up originally, but maybe we need to change it to actionable, that we need to make sure that it's reflected in this chapter that this is not additional standards, but it's a new lens to look at the standards through, because it is such a new field that's essential for students to have exposure to and be able to use.
Okay, so we'll give.
So we're capturing now, and just so you know, our 2 consultants, Ken McDonald and Kyle Petty, they are the ones helping us with the note taking. So one of the 2 of them right now is in the document and typing in real time. So please check that what we have tried to capture is accurate.
I just need Aaron to finish the thought. This is Kyle. Thank you.
Okay, so field is not in addition to the standards, but a new lens that the standards need to be addressed through. So maybe we need to make sure that because of that there needs to be more specific snapshots and vignettes for teachers, because this is a new thing for teachers. I don't think data science is something that is common for teachers' understanding.
Can I add on to that as well?
Yes.
So as much as we would like this to be, as what you've mentioned, Erin, a new lens, I think that it's also very critical to include right now what's really happening, the data that impacts our world in terms of equity and social justice. So a clear language about how we're using data science to help our teachers understand the impact of what's happening within our environment, country, worldwide is so critical to use these as an space for our educators and learners to understand how they could utilize mathematics to empower themselves and to understand the world.
Can you maybe help Kyle there where he started typing?
Yeah.
Okay, what else would you like that to say?
So, specific, not globally, this is globally, to help our educators and our learners to learn data science concepts so that they can understand the world. Probably even I would like to use Gutstein's read and write the world with mathematics through data science.
All right, thank you.
What's the source? What's the source on that? Is Gutstein?
Yes, Gutstein, Eric Gutstein, 2003.
Thank you. Any additional comments? All right, I see none. Just as a way for me of making this easier for myself, when you click on that participants tab and all of the participant names come up with the reactions down there at the bottom, if you say pin that to, I forget what the language is, but you pin it to something, then it's always up. So when you want to vote, you would not have to go find that little menu under participants every time. So if you would please vote now, yes, you want this comment to go to the writers, no, you do not, or a thumbs up that you can live with it. And then I believe somebody from the CDE staff
Yes,
is going to make the
we're
determination.
tabulating. Okay, and so we can see on the screen the votes. And Denise, will you read out the total?
Yes, we have 16 yes and 3 I can live with it.
Okay, so that vote passes.
All right, so please turn your vote off. And we'll move to the next comment on line, or comment number 4, and I'll give you a second to read it. All right, once you've read it, if you have a comment to make, please raise your hand, and whichever Lori it was, do you recall what prompted this?
I'm Lori too, so
yeah, I know.
I'm not sure I remember why I wrote this, if I wrote this, or if this came out of our, I'm sorry, if this came out of our group discussion, but I have a feeling that the in looking at this comment and then looking back at what we just added, I think it kind of other Lori Fury, if you can back me up, I think that might encompass what we meant by that.
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. It sounds very similar to what we just discussed.
Yeah, because I think Bernadette, you were in our group as well. So I'm thinking that we've worked it out with the one above. So I don't know if anybody wants to comment on our comment, but I think it's been included in the green on number 2.
Thank you, Lori.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Lori. True. I think this is kind of like a subset of the second quote or second statement, but I would like to add this as well into our comment. I think that this is a great space to for students to learn data science concepts and have them access to data that speak to relevant issues in culturally responsive ways. And so this opportunity, if we are to emphasize the importance of ensuring that a lot more of our students, particularly our English learners, have access to data science that is meaningful and purposeful for them, that will help all the audience that we mentioned earlier to truly meaningfully connect with this particular chapter.
All right. And Rebecca has her hand up.
Yeah, just to go off of what Bernadette was saying, to me, what stands out the most in 4 is that word equitable. We have to make sure that we are considering all of our students and all of our populations. I know my comment below for lines 117 through 138 were not highlighted, but it kind of goes along with this statement here. We have to change those questions because these questions, they're not sensitive to our communities. And if we're going to give teachers model questions, we want to make sure that we're not highlighting the inequities our students face on a day-to-day basis, such as, does a good night's sleep improve test scores? Well, you know, how about your own bed? Many of my students don't even have their own bed. Would having your own bed improve a test score? Or like which brand of pencils? My students only have wooden pencils. You know, and if they have it, it's because I gave it to them. So looking through all of this, I was just very, very concerned.
All right. So does the comment, the way it's written, I think that second bullet, does that address, or would you like it to be changed?
Let's see. I think that's good.
Okay. Thank you. Any additional comments?
Diane Constantino here. Just a
Yes.
quick comment, just to reiterate the comments that have no highlights, those have already been consented and we'll move forward to the writers.
Great, thank you. All right, I see no more hands. Give 2 more seconds. All right, so please vote on comment number 4.
We have 19 yeses.
19 yeses. And just to update the process a little bit, I understand that we can clear the votes. So you don't have to worry about turning off your votes after the item has been voted on.
Great, very helpful, thank you. All right, item number 10, to add a box of sentence frames or question starters. Christina, you had requested that. Is there anything you wanted to elaborate on?
Since it's been a while, I'm not sure. I think this was a group, we highlighted it. The only thing I'm thinking right now is just more information on where we're seeing those show up or how those would look. As far as I can remember, I don't know if anybody else that was in my small group made a note of that particular one. But I think it was just more details about how that would look.
All right, thank you. And Lori? Oh, you're muted.
Okay, so I made a comment a couple times throughout here when it talks about, for example, like on line 1, I think I'm on the right line 169, where it says turn the wonder into a question, that maybe whenever it says like turn something into a question or have students develop questions, either maybe as an appendix at the end of this unit, at the end of this chapter, we could have a list of question frames or sentence starters that would help students produce these questions, that teachers can use to help students produce these questions. I mean, I know even as a high school teacher, that is, having students develop their own questions is a struggle when they're looking at something. So if we could have help with that, and that could be as part of the chapter. Like I said, even at the end, like a box that says wonder question sentence starters or question frames or something like that. So I would be a big proponent of this change.
All right, thank you. And any other comments? Lisa, please.
Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Yeah, you can. Yay! I'm sorry. No. That was a mistake. I didn't mean to do that. So
okay.
No.
In that case, it looks like we are ready to vote. So if you would like to recommend or you can live with number 10, please vote now.
We have 14 yeses and 5 I can live with it.
14 yeses, 5 I can live with it. Vote passes.
All right, thank you. And I'm keeping in mind the time here. If I remember from past discussions, the global comments take a lot more comment and discussion usually than the more specific ones. And so I think we're doing fine. Item number 12, cross-curricular connections. Christina, it looks like you were elected the spokesperson again.
And I think this was again for our group. We were just looking for clarity on what that might look like. And you know, for example, argumentative standards, not as familiar with those. So what's a nice concrete example of what that would look like to help us make a decision if we think that's something we want to add.
All right, thank you. And Lori.
I'm sorry to speak again, but I think, Christine, I don't know if we were in the same group, but I feel like we're on the same vibe here. One of the things that I noted throughout the chapter, and I wrote in big across my title, was make sure that we have ties to the NGSS science and engineering practices. While you're quoting the SMPs, maybe also provided, you know, again, maybe as an appendix, the NGSS engineering practices, and maybe also reference those. So teachers can realize that they're doing more than one thing when they're doing data science, that they're maybe meeting their science standards, their ELA standards as well, and also maybe cross-reference some ELA standards, especially those for the science and technical subjects, maybe really point them out. So as we stated before, we don't want teachers to feel like they have another layer, but by doing data science, they can actually, I hate to say check boxes, but like they can be doing ELA and doing data science. They can be doing science and doing data science at the same time. And then hopefully that will create less of a feeling of being overwhelmed and more of a buy-in for teachers to actually do this because they're doing multiple subjects at one time. Just a thought, but if we could put those cross references in, I'm all on board with Christine with that.
All right, thank you. And then Bernadette, and after Bernadette will be Lena.
So I agree with what Lori has mentioned. And so even our history and social science, I mean, there are several standards within there that we can quote as a connection to data science, computer science as well. There are certain things within the computer science standards that we could utilize to see how these standards that we have formulated within CDE are connected within each other. I can also speak about the EL roadmap. Those principles, like principle number 2 and even principle number 1 and sub-principles within the EL roadmap, speaks to data and how we value our students' lived experiences in the way that they see their impact to their community and to global. And so even again, because of what we have experienced as well, several components of global competencies, addressing real world issues and how we are using data to inform us is also a nice connection to making cross-cultural ideas and relevance of examples that we will then highlight in our vignettes maybe or in our snapshots within.
All right, thank you. And Lena and then Cole.
Yeah, I want actually, I'm just adding on to what Bernadette was talking about, the ELD standards in particular. So maybe calling out some of those standards explicitly, because I know that is one area that's still an area of concern about just in terms of reading and writing. And so that ties in nicely with data science. So I want to make sure it's, teachers see that, yes, this all ties together. And then I think number 11 had already stated make connections to the California NGSS social and engineering, science and engineering practices where appropriate. So I don't know if that needs, I think that was a comment that's already going to go through. So I just want to let you know that there is something about it up in another comment as well.
All right, thank you. Cole and then Aaron.
Yeah, so I just want to add a little bit on to Bernadette as well. She stole most of my thoughts and ideas right from my head. But I just, in the computer science standards, there's actually really nice tables and crossover between contents and how that relates to other subjects. So having examples that look similar in that framework in this chapter in the framework would be really applicable, and it would really help push both initiatives forward. Because I know there's also a big push on the computer science side as well.
Right, thank you. And Aaron.
So while I agree with the integration, just playing devil's advocate from a teacher point of view, especially when you have newer teachers, that when, first of all, a lot of us looked at this chapter and we're thinking that this is additional, having all these other standards and connections may be overwhelming for teachers to deal with. So maybe that it's set somehow else that these are cross-curricular, because I could see some of my newer teachers in the high school who are looking at this going, oh my God, now I have to go learn the NGSS standards. Now I have to go learn the computer science standards. Now I have to go learn all these other standards. And I could see that as being completely overwhelming. So I agree that the integration is really important, and it's especially important to TOSAs, to administrators, to leaders. But for a lot of teachers, it could be overwhelming. So maybe these are kind of set, somehow called out in a different way. So like, here's the standards that we're referring to, the mathematics standards, but then, cross-curricular standards, and have it separated. And then have it in the appendix where you have these cross-curricular standards. So that way it's not, here's some more to throw at you in this chapter.
All right, thank you. Rebecca, and we'll take the 3 comments who have their hands up now and then vote to see where we are. So it'll be Rebecca, then Bernadette, then Rosa.
I think it would be a good idea to include, in a vignette, talk about how that, like a little side box, talk about how that teacher met the ELD standards. Like maybe the vignette can be the students completing an activity, and then on the box off to the side, they can explain how to teach those ELDs. Because I think, when we're getting into math teachers, we don't want to overwhelm them.
Thank you. Bernadette.
So, research indicate that as much as we can show connections to different components to make things work together is powerful. And so this is also a message to our educators that we are not working in silos, but we are working together to truly see that the standards that we are making are truly working to enhance the lives of our constituents, our community, our students, our educators, and so on and so forth. So I'm calling for our writers, and probably us as well, members of the CFCC, Math CFCC, to creatively think of a way to showcase this connections to our educators and to our audience, so that it's not overwhelming, but it's powerful. I don't know how that visual is going to look like, whether that's a Venn diagram, whether that's a workflow, or whether that's, the power of visual as well. Because it's also its messaging to say that, this is not new, but this is something that you could see connected to different contents or standards that you've been working in the classroom, so that they can truly visualize and truly appreciate that their work is not siloed, but is well connected to other standards as well as competencies as well.
Great. Thank you. And Rosa.
So I want to echo a few things Rebecca and Bernadette said and address the overwhelm. I believe that embedding the ELD standards actually has to happen. We're always being asked, and how are you addressing the ELD? How are you addressing the ELD? So to me, that seems like it isn't an appendix kind of thing. The power of the visual, as Bernadette said, is important because I feel like if we keep putting some of these things that actually are going to be very helpful into appendix version, it gets thought as that's just extra. A lot of people look at that as extra. And I would have to agree with Bernadette in that as many connections we can make to make math come alive and exciting and into the new world here is what I think this framework needs to advocate. The one we're revising was one that was just helping people understand what these new standards are. But now, what do we do with them, and how do we really integrate them? I mean, most districts are trying to get people to do professional learning communities, work collaboratively. What are they working collaboratively on? Here's a prime opportunity to bring people together to make this math be 21st century. We keep saying 21st century. We're well into it now. So the ELD aren't an add-on, I feel, and as many connections as possible via a visual format, because I'm also concerned about the wordiness of some of this. People are not going to read it. They'll see a visual and maybe they'll go to the appendix to get more, but if we just become a lot of blah, blah, blah in this revision, it's not going to be looked at. There was a need to look at the other one because we were put into those standards, but now what do we do with them? This is a great opportunity to visualize it.
All right.
Diane?
We'll do, yes.
Diane, Constantino, I just want to make a note that the guidelines for the revision of the framework, guideline 2, which it requests additionally, the revised mathematics framework shall be explicit in the provision of. Item G states strategies related to those included in the California Department of Education resources, including the English Learner Roadmap, the English Language Arts, English Language Development Framework, the California English Language Development Standards, and Educating for Global Competency to support guidance and usability of the framework. And there is another guideline that calls for resources that illustrate the connection between mathematics and other academic disciplines and the ways they support one another. Examples: career technical education pathways, college and career readiness, computer science, and next generation science standards.
All right, thank you. We have 3 more comments that have come up. I think my question is, if you want to change any of the language in the highlighted part, could you leave your hand up? But if you just want to speak to it, let's go ahead and vote and see where we are. And then if we need more comment, we can have more comment. Let's see. So Bernadette, did you want to make changes to the language?
No, the language says, please just add visuals, because I'm not seeing, I know you said consider a figure, but I think we messaged that visuals is a powerful way to probably even just summarize it or simplify but also amplify the message that we are including here.
Thank you. There we go. All right. And Erin, did you want to change language in the recommendation?
So along with what Bernadette said with the visuals, but I think since this is in a global section, and that's something else that a lot of teachers have, I've been doing some work with some teachers in the last couple of weeks, the visual progressions, I think that needs to be throughout the entire document in every chapter, like a brief visual. Rosa had said about the wordiness is sometimes overwhelming for teachers. If we have a visual with connections, progressions, K-12, that's a visual for each chapter. I think this needs to be out throughout, not just in this chapter, especially also with the guideline too that Constantino had mentioned.
All right, thank you. And Rosa, did you have a change to the language here?
No, basically Erin hit it, but I feel like when you put appendix, vignette, or visual in there, like which is it? Because I would argue I don't want an appendix. I would like visuals and vignettes to be the body of this rather than go to the back of the book to find the stuff. So I wouldn't agree with vignette, but I would agree with everything else. I mean, appendix, sorry.
Appendix. All right. So let's vote on the suggestion the way it's written right now, please.
We're just waiting for Stephanie to vote. So we have 16 yeses and 3 yellows.
16 yeses, 3 I can live with it, so the vote passes.
All right, thank you. Number 15, adjust all vignettes to have a single story for one student. Stephanie, looks like you're the spokesperson for that one.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
So I adjust all vignettes starting in line 380 to have a single story for a single student. So I believe that may have been a group idea. The only thing I have written in my notes is that I said Logan goes to K-12 or a different student in each grade. So I feel like we were thinking that when it spoke about Logan as an example throughout the K-5, I think we were looking at it as a progression. I don't know if Christina could speak to it as well, because I don't have a lot written down as to why we actually had that written up. I know I had Christina and Cole. Maybe Diane was in our group too. So I don't know if we like the idea that Logan was mentioned in K-5, and then we thought it would continue as a progression in the vignettes in the older grades. Is that, Christina, is that what you're remembering? Okay.
That's what I remember too. And then Andrew and then Cole.
I think I had made this comment, and I think it was more about like just sort of a readability, that it would be kind of nice to have a consistent narrative throughout and one character, just because the chapter was already kind of heavy and everybody likes a good story. But then I think the writer had given some perspective on why they changed names. So, I mean, it really wasn't anything in terms of like the content and the meat of the chapter, like it would, sort of change how things were represented. It was just sort of an aesthetic thing to make it a little bit more readable. So that's kind of the context for what the suggested revision was about.
All right. Anyone else have a comment on this? Lindsay.
So if someone's name is next to it, doesn't that mean that they kind of took issue with it? That they didn't write the comment, right? They thought that maybe that shouldn't be there? Like it shouldn't move forward, or?
I thought the names were there so that when we came to the whole discussion, we know we had someone to speak to that issue.
Yeah, I feel like I questioned why the person had said that.
Okay.
Or they didn't like it. So
we didn't attribute names to the highlighting. We attributed names to who made the comment, I thought. This is Kyle, sorry. That would have meant that when we highlighted it, we put Stephanie's name after it, and I don't think that was the procedure.
Yeah, just according to my notes, the only thing I could think of is that, like Andrew was saying, that we continue that narrative on.
Okay. Aaron and then Cole. Thank you.
So I think that was true, that the name after it was the groups that put in the comments, and then as we read them, it was, I need either more clarification or I need more explanation. It was,
that's correct, Aaron.
What we're asking about.
Right. The person that needed additional clarification, we put their name during the February meeting.
Okay. And Andrew and then Cole.
Oh, I was just going to clarify that also. I'm the one who made that comment, so it wasn't Stephanie that made it. She must have been wondering why it was made.
Got it. Thank you. And Cole.
Yeah, and I think that just goes back and kind of speaks to that visual that we were talking about with the progression. It's just really tightening up that progression was why I think our group was having that discussion to begin with, is really making it very clear for teachers how grade by grade, like the stepping stones through K-12.
All right, thank you. Erin and Christina, and then after those two comments, we'll go ahead and vote to see where we are.
So I just need clarification. For this one, are we saying that we want Logan to continue all the way through K-12 throughout the chapter? Is that what we're suggesting? Because the other thing I would suggest then too, we already talked about visual progressions, that if we are going to have this one student K through 12, how they're experiencing the data science, that there needs to be some visual of the K-12 progression of data science and how it layers.
Thank you. And Christina?
So I think the discussion in our group, actually, to piggyback on what Erin was saying, was that we needed just that. So we have these sort of, I guess, snapshots, because they're not full vignettes, K5, and then they just stop 6-8. And it doesn't show how what they're doing K5 is building into eventually at like a data science course. So it doesn't continue on, and we don't have that progression. So I think that was a big part of our discussion was, are we talking about that K-12, or were we just talking about being consistent to a particular grade level?
Okay, thank you. All right, let's vote, please, on this recommendation.
We have 14 yes and 5 I can live with it.
Okay, the vote passes.
I think it was the opposite.
Yeah, I think so too.
Sorry. Yes.
Okay. Can you repeat that?
5 yes and 14 I can live with it.
Okay, yes, 5 yes, and so that is a vote that does not reach consensus.
All right, thank you. Number 19, that says needs more vignettes or snapshots. Anyone want to speak to this one? Lori.
Well, my name is there because I think the other one isn't. So I think it was about the wordiness. I felt when I read this, there's a very nice story with Logan and then Quincy and so forth that has a lot of vignettes. So maybe instead of more, we could say adding the visuals to the overlapping standards or something like that. I think I was just worried about the wordiness of it when I felt like this chapter actually had a good vignette or storyline with students in it that took up a lot of writing, and this was a thicker chapter, and I didn't want it to be over wordy, which I'm okay.
Right, thank you. Bernadette.
I think that just reading it right now, the vignette about Logan's is in the first part, and then starting from grade 6 through onwards, I think it's just blurbing, blah, and so on and so forth, which is already in our math standards. Like there's so many things that were quoted here from 7th grade, 8th grade, and so on and so forth. I think the idea here is, how does data science look like in these grades if we claim that, from lines 470 to 476, this is how it looks like, then a story or a snapshot should also guide our educators or our readers how that's going to look like. I think that's one of the discussions that we were talking about there as well, because this is a beautiful, beautiful chapter. If we could highlight again our students' lived experiences and how we validate and affirm their cultures and their backgrounds and their identities and their stories, and how they can impact their communities. So again, it's the how. How does this look like if we're going to make these as a learning opportunities for those who will be reading them.
So what language would you like added or changed in here to reflect that?
Highlight stories of our students' lived experiences.
Thank you. All right. That timer you heard was my 5-minute warning that we have a break in 5 minutes, and I don't want to go past the break time. So we'll take 3 comments, Erin, Christina, and then Rebecca. So Erin, you're up first.
So as I'm reading what we have there, Lori had said that I think I heard this correctly, that more vignettes or snapshots might be too much and add too much verbosity. And then it was captured, though, the vignettes or snapshots could reduce the verbosity. But then Bernadette was saying something about like where it had those questions. And again, I think we need to look at the difference between snapshots and vignettes. So with the questions, I would agree with Bernadette that there needs to be a little bit more clarity on what does that look like in the classroom for our teachers? Because again, data science is relatively new, and how does that really integrate into our standards? But the vignette itself, I think Lori was saying, Logan, Quincy, et cetera, how it goes through, that was a good storyline. And she's saying not add a whole bunch more vignettes. So I think what we're capturing is not exactly what's being said.
So how would you, let's see, there we go.
So, and on the address, what data science looks like in the classroom, smaller snapshots, succinct snapshots, not huge vignettes, but smaller, succinct snapshots of, yeah.
All right, thank you. Christina?
Actually, I was going to build on what Erin just brought up. So I think that when we were talking in our group, and I don't know if it was us that wrote this or not, more of a practical guide for teachers. I felt like in the number sense, the vignettes or snapshots were like a specific activity that the teacher is walking through with like real questions they would be asking the student. And we don't see that as much in this chapter. It is more of a storyline. So rather than adding more, just making it really verbose, let's make it targeted and specific. So a teacher reading it gets the story of the student that this is cohesive, but also some real practical examples of what to do in a classroom setting.
Right, thank you. And Rosa?
I think Christina just captured it, because when I'm saying visuals, vignettes, I'm not saying on top of the writing. I'm saying take the writing and make it visual, make it a vignette, or make it a storyline. It's more the format of what's already there rather than adding on a picture or a vignette.
All right, thank you. And Rebecca, and then we will vote.
I would have a hard time voting for this one. At the way that it's written needs more vignettes or snapshots. Because I agree with Erin. We don't need more. We just need to really make sure that the ones we have are targeted and strategic. So I'm not sure if this is leaning towards fixing the vignettes or adding more. But if it's adding more, like 19 says, I would have to vote no. But if it was change them, then it would be yes.
Okay. I don't believe we've changed that yet, because I think the recommendation was to add more vignettes or snapshots. And Bernadette?
I agree with my colleagues here to not add more, but to transform some of the language in this current form right now into vignettes or snapshots. I would like to give one example. Grade 6 through 8, there's so much verbiage in this from lines 469 all the way to 710 that's already in our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade standards. So what if those examples are going to be turned into what we're talking right now, the vignettes and the snapshots, how does that look like, right? How does exploration, interpretation, decision making, ethics, technology look like in a certain story or in a certain example? Probability and data-based claims, how does that look like in the classroom? So instead of just listing things down that is so that's been there way back from our 7th through 8th standards, let's turn that into something that teachers can understand how that looks like in the classroom.
Okay, so a couple of people have suggested changing the language from needs more to something at least a little bit different. So Lori Fury, were you going to speak to that or something else?
Yeah, thank you, Bernadette, for your insights on that. It reminded me of what Jonathan let us know about the language and clarifying the language. So maybe we change line 19 to read that transform some of the standards and descriptions. And then Bernadette, the lines you mentioned, was it 300?
469 all the way to 710.
Yeah.
I can include all the way until 739 because we also said the vignette there should be something around social justice component like a fire or a drought or something that impacts California. So I could even claim 469 all the way to 739 because what I'm looking right now is just the middle school.
Yeah. So transform the standards and descriptions and those lines into vignettes or snapshots.
Yes. Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
All right, we'll let him get it was 469 to 739, was that right?
Yes. Thank you.
All right, so I'll give you a second to read it the way it's written now. And then if you would please vote.
So we have 18 yeses and 1 no.
All right.
One moment while we project the vote for the public.
There we go.
There we go. Okay. Thank you.
All right. So that one will move forward. And it is break time. So if you would please take a break, stretch, do whatever will help your brain be ready for the next section. And we'll start in 15 minutes, which is at 10:48. So we will see you then. And you might want to turn off your camera and your microphone while you step away.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hopefully everybody's back. I have 10:49 on the clock. We're a little crunched for time, so I just want to keep that added, that if we could only speak to something that's going to add to the wording or to validate an opinion or to contradict an opinion, if someone's already stated what you agree with, you could maybe not say, yes, I agree with that person. That would save us some time. Also, I had one comment that I had thought was in these, but I only saw them this morning with you. And this goes back to what Ms. Coates said earlier in the global, is about maybe adding a glossary and making sure there's some key definitions for this chapter as well. I don't know if I could add that comment to this, to the global comments, include glossary of terms for data science. And I have a list here that I'm happy to read as I was reading through it, things that I thought people might have trouble with. May I do that, Jonathan? Mr. Lee,
yes.
may I add that?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so yeah, so just under the global comments, add number 21, add glossary of terms. And ones that I came up with were relative phenomenon, relative frequency, spread, interquartile ranges, sampling, standard deviation, normal distribution, hypothetical population, two-way frequency table. And maybe the writers could go through more. I just feel like this is such a new, that a lot of teachers haven't taught data science or statistics in a really long time, and that maybe it would help to have a glossary of terms. I don't know, at the end of the chapter, I'm open to whatever, but I would just like to see a glossary.
And we are going to have a glossary with the framework, so we'll make sure those terms get in.
Okay, Bernadette, did you have any to add?
I guess Jonathan was able to answer it. That if we have those glossary, then it should encompass all the things that you've mentioned, Lori. Thank you.
Okay, so Jonathan, just really quickly, do we need to vote on this, or we don't need to vote on that because there'll already be a glossary?
Yeah, there will be a glossary, so you don't need to vote on this one.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the time. So
This is Ken here. I did not get all the terms you listed. Are these sufficient as exemplars, or do you want everything that you mentioned?
They're sufficient.
Exemplars is fine with me. Thank you, Dr. Donald. Okay, so I'm going to take over for Diane. Thank you, Diane. You did a wonderful job this morning. So we're going to be starting with intro, lines 2 through 5. So we only had one highlight, line number 26, lines 32 to 33. Seven of the 10 fastest growing jobs include a figure or example, like a list of jobs. Any comments on this? Lena, you had a comment?
Yeah, I remember this particular statement. Actually, I know I had mentioned maybe even just if a figure, instead of even a figure or an example, just a citation that would direct where to go, just because 7 out of 10 fastest jobs, what are they? And it just sounds, I mean, if I haven't applied for a job in a long time, I don't know what that, what are those jobs? So a citation would be good. I don't know that we need a figure.
Okay. So we want to take out, so right now the proposal is to take out list of jobs. Lindsay?
I think that we had said, I agree with the citation, but I think that we had said that we wanted just right there, like at least a couple examples, if not all 7, just so that teachers had them right there. They could share it with students, it could help make it kind of real world.
Okay, Erin?
Yeah, so I think the figure is just out to the side, a little box that lists some of those jobs, because again, a lot of teachers don't know what those jobs are because again, data science is such a growing field. And then with the citation of where they could go to find more information.
Okay, so we're saying maybe just list a few examples, maybe not in the text would be. So Lindsay, would you be okay? And you can just nod for me if we changed it to like a call out box with the citation. Okay, so maybe Dr. McDonald, if you could change it to include a few examples, not in the text, but in a call out box with citation. Okay. Okay. So any other comments? All right. Sorry, guys, I'm going to go a little faster because we have a lot of comments to do before lunch. So please, if you need me to slow down, let me know. Okay, can we take a vote on this?
We have 16 yes And 3, I can live with it.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, guys, I have 2 different screens going here, so I don't mean to. So moving on, our next highlights are comment number 37, lines 111 to 113. Add page numbers where you can find the information in the frameworks. So if anyone would like to speak to this. Okay, Diane?
I think my question was which framework, because at least in higher level math and high school math, every framework chapter starts with a new page number. And so I wasn't sure how that would be done in a practical manner.
Any other comments? So in other words, we just want to ensure that references to other places in the framework are consistent and followable. That's a word.
It seems like they're calling for references, specific references in the NGSS and the EPs and Cs. I don't think there's no reference to any framework in that passage.
Okay. Okay, Rosa, do you have a comment on this? I'm sorry, I'm trying to be fast and not necessarily.
It's already in there.
Christina and Bernadette have their hands raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Christina?
I think thinking back to our conversation, it just says 2 important sources are these standards, and we didn't know if there was a specific standard or 2 that they're referencing. And so making that really clear so that if I'm a high school or whatever grade teacher and I'm not familiar with NGSS, I can know where to go for that in the standards or what standards to look at.
Okay, so you're asking for, so it does say on line 111, the next sentence, California Next Generation Science Standards and California Environmental Principles and Concepts. You're looking for a more specific reference as to where that can be found.
Correct.
Okay.
Laura, this is Bernadette. Oh.
Go ahead.
So I'm wondering if our authors or our writers as well is considering UC Berkeley's data science, because I'm seeing that from lines 11 to 113, that is actually under sources. And I'm seeing that we only have a few here, but UC Berkeley has had data science for years. So my wondering is, will our authors, our writers also have to consider what has already been there with UC Berkeley for many years?
So are you asking them to add under that, because the heading of that paragraph is sources. Are you asking them to also include information from UC Berkeley?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So if everybody can take a moment to see how the comment has been typed. Erin, you have a comment?
Yeah, I'm just questioning the bullet that was typed. So again, actionable. Did somebody say that we want to clarify which exact standards? Or I think it should be, instead of clarify which NGSS or EP and Cs, is where to go to find these. So reference them. So like a specific spot to reference them. So either if it's going to be included in our framework or somewhere else in one of the other frameworks to go to it.
Okay. So
but I think it's which specific standards. So that wording confuses me a little bit.
Okay. How about right now?
No, I not clarify which specific, just So clarify where to refer to these. Yes, that's what it was.
Okay, perfect. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none, can we go ahead and vote?
We have 6 yes and 13 I can live with it.
Okay, so that comment will not be included?
Correct.
Okay, we're at comment number 38. Need better example. Change low income neighborhoods to rural areas.
So I had, we highlighted that in our group. Can you guys hear me?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And I had wrote on my own notes that in small groups, we highlighted this because if this is removed, meaning low-income neighborhoods, we are removing the social justice piece that covers culturally relevant data sets. So the suggestion was to change it to rural areas, but I believe in our small group, we were talking about just leaving it as it already is, because of the reason I just stated.
My only comment on this is that low income neighborhoods aren't necessarily rural.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so we thought that it was important to leave it.
Poor.
Okay, Lisa?
Yeah, I was just going to agree with the last comment. I forget that my thing was low income areas aren't necessarily far away from grocery stores. You have rural areas that possibly that statement is true. They do have to travel farther to buy groceries. I live in a rural area. And also, like she just said, low income neighborhoods are not necessarily rural areas, but that was just my input on that.
Okay, so two more comments, Rebecca and then Janet.
I'm having a hard time with the way it's written because I feel like there's two separate things. So one is I need a better example, which yes, I agree with. If we're going to list examples, we need them to be questions that are going to inspire our students, not highlight inequities, like I said before. But I don't agree with change low-income neighborhoods to rural areas. So can we separate those?
Okay, do you have wordage that you would like to replace? If you'd like a different example, do you have?
I mean, off the top of my head, it's hard for me to just think of something quickly because it has to be strategic and you have to really make sure that it's responsive. So, I don't know.
Okay. Janet? We'll go Janet, Bernadette, and then Cole, and then we'll see if we're ready to vote.
Somebody had typed in there, and I think that they should put it back, is that low-income areas can be food deserts. This idea of food deserts is something that is sort of a social justice situation in that people have to travel long distances. And so whether it is low-income neighborhoods or the idea of food deserts, the other context is medical care. So if you're looking for better examples, food deserts would be a good example, whether you don't want to include that. Somebody had written in there something about food deserts, which would be an appropriate context.
This is Ken, I only put that in there to provide clarity what the person was saying. People in low income neighborhoods often do have to travel farther to buy groceries because they live in a food desert.
Right. And so when I first heard of food deserts, that was a new novel concept to me. And so the idea that using food deserts as a context, I think, is useful.
Bernadette?
I agree with, I think it was Rebecca saying, I wonder if this could be two components of what we're voting. But I would like to share one example maybe. Let's say, does race relate to COVID impact hospitalization or something like that? I think that this is a highlight as to questions that we could do to the current moments that we're experiencing right now.
Okay, so maybe we need to take Mr. Lee and Dr. McDonald, maybe you can help me. Do we want to maybe split this vote into first the change low income neighborhoods to rural areas vote, and then a vote on the better example?
So what I would say is, I'm looking at the document and it says, is there a relationship between two or more changing quantities? And then in parentheses, it says students are happier on sunny days, or do people in low-income neighborhoods have to travel farther for groceries? I think leaving the comment at need better examples, and then we can let the writers work on coming up with a better example or a different example would be something we could vote on quickly.
Okay. So let me ask you this. If you have your hand raised right now, could you live with letting the writers lower your hand if you're okay letting the writers come up with a better example? Okay, so Stephanie?
So maybe I'm not understanding correctly, because you suggested to maybe split it. I would have a problem voting yes on the aspect of the highlight that says change low income to rural.
Okay.
But I am okay with the better example, but I don't agree with the part that says to change the low income to rural.
Okay, so are we allowed to do two votes for the two pieces? Can we do the two? Okay. So Rosa, if we split it into two pieces, do you still have a comment?
No, because I don't want it to be changed to rural.
Okay. All right. So first, let's vote on. Okay. Thank you. So do we want to change? So let's look at line 38 or comment 38. It just says need better example. Let's do that vote. And let the writers come up with the better example.
We have 11 yeses and 8 I can live with it.
Okay, great. So we will have the writers work to come up with the better example in that on line 127 in the text.
And I just want to point out for the record that there was a sample given regarding COVID-19, just as help to the writers in terms of context for that example.
Okay, and then can we also vote on, now we're going to vote on change low income neighborhoods to rural areas.
We have 2 yeses and 17 nos.
Okay, so that one does not move on.
Okay, so just moving quickly to comment 43, line 170, remove MP1.
The question that I had was, do we need to remove it? Maybe this is one of the only places that it makes sense to call out the best practices.
Okay, any comments on that? Anybody? Aaron?
I think this is covered in global under 18, consistently reference SMPs where appropriate. And I think the remove MP1 there, within that list, that's the only one that's mentioned. So maybe it needs to not, instead of remove MP1, it should be referred back to 18 in the global, consistently reference the SMPs where appropriate. I think we can include more in there.
Okay, so you would like the comment to read, instead of remove, we wanted
either that or this has kind of already been answered, because 18 in the global consistently reference SMPs where appropriate has already gone forward.
Okay, so are we good with that? Okay, anybody else want to speak to this?
Since it's referenced above, that makes sense to go ahead and move on to the next comment.
Okay. Okay, so we're good. All right, so moving to page 51, or excuse me, comment 51, lines 208 to 220. Okay, any comments on this? Okay, so Lindsay?
I think that our group had just highlighted this because we felt like it was there. And so it didn't need to be in a separate table necessarily, because it's in there when the teachers are reading it in lines 212 to 217. And so we felt that they had already done that, and so it didn't need to be done separately.
Okay. Eris?
I was just going to comment that comment 51 and 53 are now basically the same comment. So I know we're going to do 53 next.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Christina?
Sorry, I think it's sort of overlapping with what Eris just said, but I think we were just, as we were reading that in particular, like, I wonder who has the most expensive backpack. We were just thinking a real clear, like, do's and don'ts, like things to do that are great questions, things that are not, a quick reference. But yeah, I do see that comment 53 is very similar.
Okay, so do you want it added, a quick list of do's and don'ts added in there, or and added to the comment? Okay, so maybe a list of do's and don'ts. Okay, Cole?
Yeah, I think I might have been one of the ones that made the original comment about this, and it was really text heavy until this point, and I felt like this paragraph in particular really highlighted the equity and inclusion that we should be thinking about. And so bringing some of these examples, non-examples, into a table and taking them away from reading paragraphs of text and really calling it to their attention, I felt was really important in that.
All right, thank you. All right, so right now, if everybody could take just a couple seconds to read what has been typed in. Any further comments or questions? Aaron?
So my question is, do we need to reword this based on what Cole said? I think he said instead of the text itself having a figure of do's and don'ts, so the visual call out rather than the text heavy.
So instead of add a table, right, the bullet should read replace text with.
Is that what you were saying, Cole?
Yeah, exactly. We were thinking a really clear, like, kind of like NCTM's, like the good practices and things to avoid. I'm trying to have something like that right here, talking about the equity and inclusion, economic status.
Okay, does that look better? Kaylina?
Never mind. I see what you wrote took care of it.
Okay. So Bernadette, and this will be our last comment.
Yeah, just to add on to what Cole has mentioned, equity and inclusion and social justice issues.
Okay, so if we could go ahead and vote.
We have 16 yes and 3 I can live with it.
Okay. So that we're staying on what we're doing, let's look at, are we okay just going ahead and voting with comment 53? Raise your hand quickly if you need to say something about 53, or you're okay. A no vote would just take it out and we would rely on comment 51. Okay, seeing no hands at this time, can we go ahead and vote on comment 53?
I'm sorry, I can't see the text anymore. Can you bring it down?
We have 7 yes, 3 I can live with it, and 9 no.
Okay. Okay, so moving on, comment 55, line 239.
The only thing I can think about why my name is there is that we felt like maybe that the whole what is data, where does it come from section was the wondering examples. I don't know why else. I don't know why specifically we highlighted it, though. I don't remember.
I'm looking at the text and it does say see below for additional examples, and there's no examples there, or it's not a clear reference to the examples they're discussing.
But is it in that next section?
Erin?
So I think this came out of our group, and the idea is what you said, Lori, that see below for additional examples, and then it goes into a new section. So it kind of, the readability of it is very difficult, where teachers are like, wait, where did the examples go? So I think it needs to be more specific what examples they're referring to.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, if everybody could read what Dr. McDonald had typed there. Okay, can we go, seeing no new hands, can we go ahead and vote?
We have 18 yeses and 1 I can live with it.
Okay, so the vote carries. So we're moving on to the comment 56, line 242. Any comments on this one? I would say if we wanted to say questions invite the seeking of answers. Right, I don't. Right, anybody else, Lena?
Yeah, I was going back to my document because I had to go. Okay, so yeah, I think I remember this being brought up, and yeah, questions invite answers. The way it was phrased made it seem like every question has an exact answer. So maybe something like what you suggested. Questions invite explorations or something else, but it just seems like invite answers means that every question has an answer.
The comment below, number 57, is we've already agreed to put forward to change answers to inquiry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Diane. Eris?
Sorry, I would just agree with Lena's comment there. I was about to put my hand down.
Okay. So please, everyone note that comment 56 is change the word answers to inquiry.
Perfect.
And that's going forward. So do we want to, so now we need to vote. So if we put this forward, we're kind of contradicting 57, which we already agreed to. So I just kind of want to point that out as we begin our vote.
We're still waiting on 4 votes.
Okay, Rosa, did you have a quick comment?
We're waiting on 1 vote. So we currently have 18 noes, and we have 1 no vote so far from Rosa. 1 abstention.
Okay.
Now we can move on. With 18 no's,
Okay.
it's obviously red.
Okay, so moving down
What was my vote? I didn't get an answer to that.
Pardon?
I said I was confused as to what my yes vote meant. Are we changing it to say questions invite inquiry, or we're deleting that completely?
Well, we've already put through the comment that says in that for that question to change it to questions invite inquiry. We had already voted for that.
Okay, so then my yes vote to deleting the other one was fine.
Right.
It says delete that, and I said, yeah, delete it. But everybody else said, no, don't delete it.
Well, we're changed because the line down says we're going to change that to questions invite inquiry.
It's fine.
Okay.
Yes,
All right,
it'll be changed anyways. So instead of being deleted, it'll be changed.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so a comment 58, lines 247 to 258, include a vignette or snapshot to illustrate questioning and collecting data through questioning. Does anyone wish to speak to that comment? Okay, Erin?
I would just say we might want to revisit the difference between figure, snapshot, and vignette, because I think we're all not remembering that discussion from the first time. And I almost think, you had spoken before about the verbosity of the chapter. And the snapshots, vignettes, and figures are kind of call out boxes. That maybe instead of a snapshot or vignette, that there is some type of a figure here that's succinct information on types of inquiries for this. Either that, or if it's a snapshot, the vignette is like the full thing with the standards and a full lesson. I don't think we want a vignette. I think we're looking at more of something succinct for teachers who are not sure how to do this, remaining alert for these everyday moments. So what are some examples of things that they can use to put in the data? Where do they get the data from? That type of thing, and what ideas of data to use.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Anybody else want to comment on this? Okay, so there's been, if everyone can look at the updated comment and raise your hand again if you would like further clarification. Okay, seeing no other hands, and can we, Erin, are you okay if we move forward with a vote? Okay, all right, so if we go ahead, all right, Lena?
Just to clarify, we're voting on the bullet point rather than what it says, because on the bullet point, it says rather than a full vignette, and then the line above it include vignette. So I'm a little confused.
Yeah, so I think it's a vignette or a snapshot, and I think what we're saying is maybe we could X out the vignette piece and then.
Okay, because that line where it says include vignette.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I'm asking. So if I say yes, I'm saying to include a vignette, but then rather than a vignette.
Okay, so are we okay? So, okay.
All that the staff has been doing is adding your notes as bullets, so we haven't been changing the original language, but we've been assuming that the bullets supersede what is above them.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Bernadette?
I think I have the same question because I'm reading it right now as two different things, vignette or snapshot, and then the second bullet says succinct examples of types of inquiries. So I feel the same way, Lena.
Okay, I think Dr. McDonald basically said the bullets are going to supersede the original comments.
I went ahead and deleted it, so there's no ambiguity. Just we were keeping them for record keeping, but we can delete it if it's clear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Comments?
And can we consider, or can we use a strike through instead of deleting it, just to preserve the original thoughts?
I was trying to do that, but I couldn't find the feature that lets you do that in Docs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's go ahead and, if it's okay to vote.
Lindsay has her hand up.
Oh, Lindsay?
I was just, should we take out that rather than a full vignette piece of it? That way because if I were the authors, I'd be looking for a vignette that I have in there and trying to replace it. There you go.
Okay. Andrew? Oh, no, I'm sorry, you're a vote, not a. Okay, so if you would like to go ahead and vote.
We have 18 yeses and 1 I can live with it.
Okay, thank you. All right, cruising right along here to line 298. Okay, Erin?
Again, I would suggest striking vignette, and it needs to be figure or example.
Thank you. You took the words out of my mouth. Okay. Anyone else besides Erin? Okay. Bernadette?
I think this, I agree with Erin about striking out the vignette. And I think I also put a note in here in terms of an example all the way to line 333, where we can now highlight examples from either you've mentioned here New York Times or the Gapminder or something that relate to the current situation would be helpful to think through about this specific piece about data, representing and interpreting data.
So if we could also see what has been typed, and then are there any further comments? Okay. One last call for any raised hands. All right. So the change would take out the vignette and add a figure or example highlighting the current situation, perhaps. Okay, if we could go ahead and vote.
We have 12 yeses and 7 I can live with it.
Okay, it passes.
All righty, thanks guys. Sorry, we're kind of pushing through here. We're at line comment 73, lines 331 to 333. Change the link from U cubed to New York Times.
So our group talked about this, and it really didn't matter either way. We just had a question of whether or not it was properly sourced, or if it should be linked to New York Times, since that was where it was pulled from first. But we didn't really care either way. We just were uncertain of what source belonged there the best.
Okay. Ben Ford.
I just wanted to quickly reply that we chose the YouTube reference. YouTube has purchased the rights to that that material, and it'll permanently be free there, whereas New York Times currently has it in a free section, but always has the option to put it behind a paywall. In addition, YouTube has instructional resources that go with it. So that's why we chose the YouTube reference rather than New York Times, but we'll put in whichever you like.
Okay, thank you so much for that clarification. Any other hands?
Bernadette.
Okay.
So, Ben, I think I heard that was within our group, and the major source there is New York Times. So we would love to focus or to highlight the major source as well. And number two, as you could see in the example here, showing the most popular songs in different summers and so on and so forth. I think for me right now is that an example of which, and New York Times has so many social issues daily and weekly and monthly that is highlighted. So that would be awesome to then highlight those things instead of something such as this. And I probably would even think about, and other sources such as Gapminder that again highlights social issues in which we could use mathematics as a tool to, empower our students.
Okay, so I'm just going to go Rosa.
I'm just making sure I heard Ben correctly, that the U-Cubed has the New York Times graphs embedded in there, and they will be a free resource rather than behind a paywall, which addresses using the New York Times. That's how I heard it, but maybe I didn't hear it right. Because if that's the case, then I feel it should be U cubed because it's on there as a free resource.
That is how I understood it.
And we could list both.
Okay. Lisa? I'm sorry, Lisa, can you unmute yourself?
Okay, just got myself talking and I muted myself. I agree with Rosa's comment. If U cubed is a free resource, and also it's got all of the learning resources with it, the lesson plans, things that go with it, I would feel much better referencing giving the link to U cubed, keeping it as it is.
Okay. Erin?
I just wanted to make the comment. I think Bernadette was encouraging more examples, and so that goes off of what we're addressing right here is changing the link. So I think Bernadette's comment, there shouldn't be a bullet here to add more additional, because that's putting in more feedback that wasn't there before. So I think we need to be careful about that in terms of our protocols. So I just wanted to mention that I think we're specifically on changing the link, which the writers just addressed.
Correct. Okay, Andrew?
I just wanted to clarify, are we looking at changing the reference to the particular graph, or just changing the link from U cubed to New York Times?
I think we're looking at changing the link from U cubed to New York Times.
But not changing the actual graph that comes from the New York Times. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Lena?
I agree with Bernadette. I do think we should include, at the very least, include the New York Times link as well. I know it says change the link, but I've seen that actual link because actually I was looking at some of those resources for lessons this summer, and the New York Times link just has so much more. So I would not want to not put that link there. So I know it says change the link, but I would also say maybe even just add that link in addition.
Maybe we could add wording there, something along the lines of, and we could also refer to the New York Times for more of this type of data. Okay, Dr. Bowler?
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate that I think the original graph came from the New York Times. As Ben said, we put in our link because of the free resources, but I think it's totally appropriate to put both links in, and there are a lot of other graphs on the New York Times, so that would be a good idea, I think, to include both links.
Okay, so maybe we'll include both. Okay. Okay, Bernadette?
I agree with Joe. The power of both links will actually heighten the opportunity for our educators and our community to know that these two have repositories of resources that will enlighten our views as to how data science could be learned deeply. And I am wondering, and I think I will also recommend that there is an example under New York Times, because right now there is a specific example from UCubed, like showing the most popular songs in different summers. My take is, how about an example that shows, again, a social issue, right? And New York Times has a very, very good example that showcased that. So what I'm saying is, if there is a link for the UCube showcasing this, how about, highlighting one that addresses our social issues? And this is a nice space to highlight that.
It sounds like this is an additional edit, so maybe you could take a vote on what's here and then add that as a proposed addition.
That's just what I was going to ask. Okay, so let's start. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Just go ahead and vote on 73.
Okay. So, okay, Christina?
I was just looking down at 77, line 380, address the vignette. That's pretty open. So that might be a place to revisit the conversation about the types of questions we use.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so if we don't mind just voting on what as it sounds right now, including both links to YouCubed and to the New York Times.
And it looks like our vote is going to be yes.
We have 18 yeses and 1 I can live with it.
All right.
Okay, and that takes us down to comment 77, line 380, address the vignette. Okay, Erin?
My question here is just, first of all, I don't know that, again, that this really follows where it's labeled vignette. It's not really a vignette, because if we look at our examples of vignette and our definition, it's complete examples of instructional lessons and units that illustrate new ideas and strategies that support literacy demands. More of a call out box that has, so this is a story, not a vignette. So I'm not quite sure. I think that in this storyline, there's not really a lot of prescriptive type ideas for teachers that they can really look at and go, okay, I know what I need to do, but this isn't a vignette. So that's just my question there, is that, again, I think we need to review what we had talked about in the first meeting about the differences between what are snapshots, vignettes, and figures. I don't think this qualifies as a vignette, but I think there needs to be either snapshot or vignettes within this so that there's something specific for teachers to grab onto with ideas. How can I actually incorporate this into my classroom? I don't think that's clear in these.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Christina?
I feel like this particular comment builds off of comment, I think, let me see, is it 18 or 19? 19, where we talked about transforming specific examples into those vignettes for specific actual teaching moments. So I think if we're going to call it a vignette, we need to make it a vignette and perhaps bring in, this could be an example of a social justice lesson, or, you know, we can leave that up to the writers. But yeah, I think if we're going to call it a vignette, we need it to be actually a teachable moment and more guidance.
Okay, thank you. Stephanie?
So perhaps we can call it a progression instead of a vignette, and then embed vignettes within it, as Erin had suggested.
Okay, so we kind of have two contrasting ideas here. So I think so one of the ideas is to transform this storyline into a vignette. The other proposal is to use the storyline, and I would say probably put snapshots, give specific snapshots, insert snapshots in here of specific teaching moments within the storyline. So we really kind of have two ideas that don't necessarily work together. So Erin, sorry.
Lori, I kind of agree with you, except the transform into teachable lessons with more guidance. I think maybe that this is actually clarifying comment 19 from the global, that this is a progression section, and these happen in the K-5, the 6-8, and the high school. There's progressions that are labeled as vignettes, but they need to be called progressions, and then snapshots embedded into each of them that make it more specific to teaching.
Okay. So we want to call this a progression, and then I'll just clarify one more time. So we're saying this is a progression that would need snapshots inserted inside of the progression to be more specific about teachable actions. sorry, I'm trying to read what Dr. McDonald is writing as well. So I'm on the same page with you guys. Okay, so are there any other comments? If everybody could take a moment to read the updated comment 77. And then Bernadette.
So I would also like to reiterate what Christina has mentioned earlier, that as we think about these snapshots of these stories, that we bring forth the idea of equity and social justice. So I just wanted to make it clear that as we are, putting all these comments, that at the center, the core, your culturally and linguistically diverse kids who will be and educators who are going to be audience of these document as well.
Okay, so I think that was added. All right, if everyone, any other comments as you read the updated? Okay, so seeing no new hands, let's go ahead and vote.
We have 15 yeses and 4.
Okay, so we are now on grades 6 through 8. So we're on comment number 84, line 493. Okay, all right, Erin.
I think this came out of our group. I see that it says need clarification. And I think we had talked about that the way this is worded, distinct from the question data, represent, interpret, process. We had suggested changing the wording to rather than starting with the 5-step process that is listed above because it's actually in lines 478 to 483 that it's referring to. I think that would clarify what that's saying.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you say that one more time for me?
So I think basically it's distinct from the question data, represent, interpret, process. Our thing was that is not clear. So maybe rather than starting with the 5-step process listed above, because that 5-step process is listed in 478 to 483. So I think we refer to that rather than the distinct from, because the question data, represent, interpret, process is really, I think, what that's referring to. So it was just using the way it's written.
Okay, so you want to replace the first clause with using the 5-step process above.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or rather than starting, no, it's rather than starting with the 5-step process. I think. Now I don't remember.
Okay, let's start with Dr. Ford.
Just say the intent is clear to the writer, so feel free to just leave the comment in.
Okay. Lindsay?
So I was just going to say that might be changing the intention. So as long as Dr. Ford knows that's great. I had added in my notes, distinct from the question data, represent, interpret, process, and then just adding in there like laid out above, because I think that it helps to tell teachers if the 5-step process and they're looking back and trying to, okay, what was that, versus having that listed there is helpful for them to see, right, to just have it right there.
Okay. Okay, so if everyone could take a moment to read the comment. Okay. Any new hands? Okay, and then go ahead and vote.
We have 13 yeses, 1 no, and 5 I can live with that.
So because this is an or, that it'll be writer's discretion.
Okay. Okay, comment 85, call it SMPs in addition to SMP1. I believe we addressed that earlier with the global comment. I'm thinking the number 19.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Okay, so does anyone really need to have a discussion on this, or can we go ahead and just, we have to hold a vote. So does anyone have a comment on this? Okay, Christina?
Just a clarification, it's actually comment 18.
Oh, comment 18, thank you. Okay, and any other comments, and then just vote?
Erin, are you abstaining or do you have a vote? That's 19 yeses.
Okay, moving on to comment 91, which is referring to line 530, also includes 6-SP-5C. Okay, Erin?
I'm just questioning the C Global. What was that referring to? Because I know that this is something that I was concerned about throughout the document, is the way that the standards are listed is not the way that we've traditionally listed standards. So it should be the grade level, then the domain, and then which one and what part of the thing. So they were listed wrong. So I mean, is that what the C Global is making sure that we're consistent with how we're calling them out?
Let me scroll back up really quick and I'll look.
It's a totally different standard listed there.
Yes, Erin, we have global number, I just lost it. Global number 16 states that naming convention standards is wrong, needs to be consistently aligned to the California standards throughout the document. Okay.
And I think that I actually put this in here that the two standards that are there, the 6SP2, 6SP3, it needs to include 6SP5C also, because that's one that's missing off that list that is included in that example.
Okay.
So I think it's addressing two things there when it says C Global 16. So yes, about the way it's named, but we're missing a standard in that list that's being addressed in this section right here.
Okay. So the standard that's listed there is the one you want added, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Any comments on this one? Okay, calling for a quick vote then.
We have 16 yes and 3 I can live with it.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to comment 93, line 537. Okay, the request is to change the standard that is currently there, which is 6 SPB as in boy 5 to D as in dog. Anyone would like to comment on that one? Okay, Lindsay?
Sorry, I was just going to say it's not like 5B versus 5D. The B is just the cluster. So it's just specifying. So right now it just says 5, and so they want it specified 5D, I think.
Oh, okay. Okay, any comments on this one? Any further comments? Okay, a quick vote then. Okay.
Bernadette and Rosa, are you Rosa, are you abstaining or do you have a vote? Oh, thank you. We have 14 yeses and 5 I can live with it.
Okay. I'll apologize. My neighbor drives a car that plays really loud music, so I'm sorry if you can hear him in the background. He just came home from work. So I just kind of want to know where we are. I think in the agenda, lunch was at noon, and we're about 3 minutes away.
Yes, let's go ahead and continue.
Okay. Okay, just tell me when to stop. Okay, so we're at comment 97, 569, add example of visual display. And then, Erin, you had a comment there? I think that's from you.
Yeah, I'm like at a loss. I don't remember this far back in what the discussion was. So I'm trying to look at my notes, but I'm not seeing anything there. So.
So this is Bernadette. I have a note in here with regards to that, and we said type of visual representations or probably distribution may be added to the appendix so that we can have a link from that particular visual displays and distributions to the types of visuals or distributions that our students are experiencing in these grade levels.
Okay, so you would like to include, so kind of add example of visual display should be, and I'm just trying to paraphrase. So we want to add examples of different types of visual displays to the appendix and have a link here to that so they can easily get there. Is that what you're saying, Bernadette?
Yeah, that's what I remember, what I have here in the notes that I have.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, let's see. Erin?
Okay, so I figured out, and I think when our discussion was, as we were reading this, when it's talking about box plots and dot plots, useful for informally assessing degree of overlap of two populations, that maybe there needs to be a visual there to explain for teachers the difference where the centers are. If like we had an example of a data set with a box plot and a dot plot and show the differences. So again, it's referring back to prior learning, but maybe, it's talking about it, but a visual would be helpful. I think that's what we had questioned that one for.
Okay. So now we kind of have two things going on here. So Christina, you want to go ahead and speak and maybe that'll help us?
So I just wanted to gather a little more clarification on Bernadette's comment about adding examples. if we're going to do this in the appendix, would this be something that would be like a figure that shows sort of by grade span what visual representations are appropriate? So teachers can quickly look at it and say, okay, in my grade level, you know, I'm not going to use this particular type of data display yet. Or are we just referring to this grade span, just this grade span, or a progression? That's my question.
Can I respond to that? That's a great question, Christina, because if we can highlight those specific data distributions per grade level, then our teachers would know when to use on when they start even to use, example, box plot, line plot, histogram. I'm just reading the examples from here, and that would be nice to kind of like even showcase the progression of the different visual displays that our students have experienced from early grades all the way to 7th and 8th or up until 6th.
Okay, Lisa?
Okay, I like both, but I get back to a comment earlier, I think it was made by Rosa. If we start having appendices and dumping it, no, I don't use the word dumping, but having that, sorry, Bernadette, how likely is a teacher going to go to that appendix and look that up as opposed to having a link or having an example right there when we want them to see it, as Aaron had said. So it wasn't the fact that, I mean, I think the examples of the visual displays are important, but I also think the placing of them is equally as important, because you have to think in the mind of a busy teacher, and where are they going to more likely want to go? Are they going to want to click on a link that's right there? Are they going to want to go back?
Did we lose Lisa?
I think we lost Lisa.
Okay, so what I'm kind of hearing, and let me see if I can surmise this for everybody, is I'm hearing two different ideas. One that Aaron has pointed out is to add an example of a box plot and a dot plot right here in the text. Is that correct, Aaron?
Yeah.
And then I'm also hearing the idea that people are thinking that we would like kind of like a, for lack of a better word, a timeline of visual displays or a progression of visual displays through grade levels. I don't think we can fit that all here. That would have to be an appendix, but we could put the link to that place in the appendix here. So those are the two ideas that I'm hearing. Is that correct, Crystal?
Also in the comment 96, we've already approved to have visualizations of box plot, histogram, line plot, and dot plot, because that's already gone forward since it wasn't highlighted. So I don't know if that's something that needs to be then called different, like, are we doing something different than that already?
Thank you for pointing that out.
So just the one above, though, that she's talking about is specifically for line 563. These are different lines. And I think what you had said, the visual progression, if we have that visual progression at the beginning of the chapter rather than the appendix, like we've talked about, but didn't we talk about that in the global up above? So that first bullet there really has already been addressed in our global.
Okay. It's hard to see it all at one time. Okay, so about the visual displays across grade level has been addressed in the global. Correct. Is that what you're saying, Aaron?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that first bullet shouldn't go here because this is specifically referring to the specific line in here.
Okay.
And the grade levels, across the grade levels, visual representation is something that we already, I believe, talked about in our global comments.
Okay. I'm seeing nods.
I'm not seeing that in the global comments, Erin.
Number 20.
20. But that's more visualization though. It didn't specify the progression of visual displays.
Can we scroll up to 20?
Mm-hmm.
So then we have to be specific on line 20 then, or comment 20, if we wanted it to. Because what I'm seeing right now is need to provide more visualization. And I guess what we're saying here is a progression of visual displays from early grades onwards to high school. When are they being used strategically for the students?
That's what I'm wondering. I thought we had, so it wasn't this particular one maybe, but I thought there was something else that we had talked about a visual progression. Within our global, it may not have been 20, and I can't see right now. I'm trying to look for it, but I can't scroll up for some reason. I thought we had talked about that.
I think this is the line, this particular lines here in this data that we're referring to progression of visual displays, but it has never been mentioned in the global one. So what I'm asking is, if we wanted it to, then we can add on to that global comment on number 20. It's not, I mean, to enhance it would be a need to provide progression of visualization, such from early grades onwards to high school.
Okay, so let me ask Jonathan or Ms. Coates, are we able to go back to the global and add that comment about the progressions at the very end of our conversation, maybe?
You can add, yes.
Okay.
But you would need to vote on the addition.
Okay. All right. So since we're on number 20, a progression across grade levels at beginning of chapter, is that what we're looking at? Or just want to leave it at add progression against grade levels and let the writers find a good spot for it? Okay, so I'm getting a couple, for who I can see, I've got thumbs up on.
Andrew has his hand up.
Okay, thank you. Andrew?
I think we talked about this in terms of the first chapter that we read. It was a global comment on that one that we decided that maybe having that at the beginning of each chapter would be really, really helpful. But I feel like what we're talking about here is slightly different in terms of having all of these graphs in an appendix, which I think is a perfect place for it. So I feel like we're talking about two different things. Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
No, I think you're right. Okay, so Rosa, you have your hand up.
Sorry, I was going to make an observation. I think we all like what's in these chapters. I think what we're saying in almost every single one of these is, having lived now with these standards now for almost a decade, teachers, administrators, everyone's clamoring for concrete examples and visualization of what this means. We didn't have sources at the time when we first did the framework. We do now, and I think that's what we're clamoring for. What does this look like? How can we just show it through this platform now, through this framework, rather than write about it? That's my observation, because I feel like every single thing here, we're going on and on and on about wanting vignettes, visuals, tables, pictures. What does this look like? And we don't want it in an appendix. I don't. The appendix is an afterthought. It's like, what are these chapters about? Let us see it. Let us visualize it. Let teachers see it and visualize it. That's where I think I'm seeing everybody struggle with it.
Okay. All right, Christina?
What I was thinking of sort of for the global comment, if we're going to have a progression, I think housing the picture of the progression in the appendix would be okay. but I think at least linking to that right in where it's appropriate would be helpful, because maybe it doesn't take up the room and kind of interrupt the flow, but teachers can right then look at it. I was thinking, for example, like in the K-5, I think it's page 11, representing and interpreting data. That idea of representing data, that would be a good place to put a link so they can see. In the 6-8, describing, displaying, and comparing. Again, displaying, they can have a link. So those would be a couple of places where it would be appropriate to go right to that progression.
Okay, Bernadette?
And I agree with my colleagues here, and I just would like to clarify as well, if I'm hearing it right, that we really want to see progression of contents as well, right? Of concepts that is going to be visible all throughout, that we're telling the story of data science from PK all the way to high school. And as we tell that story, that we also showcase the progression maybe of our visuals, of our data displays, so that as Rosa has mentioned, that this is used in context. And of course, our teachers will also wanted to see, okay, now you've seen some parts of the whole story. What is the whole, you know? And I think that lists maybe is going to be helpful. Linking it to, as we say it, you know, link it to a one whole document. And I know I'm going to use it again, Rosa and our friends, appendix, but a summary of that to then showcase the progression of our visual displays. So, so then on line 20, I know, okay, let me go back to line 20. Yeah, there you go. Now I'm seeing a progression of visual displays, because Erin also has mentioned time and again, progression of contents or concepts as well.
Okay, so we're kind of, okay, so what I'm gonna ask maybe right now, because we actually do need to stop for lunch soon in the next couple of minutes. So if we could all look at global comment 20 and what has been added to that. And I think we would say, read what has there. I think the writers are here listening and hopefully making kind of understanding where we're coming from. Okay, Dr. Ford?
And a couple of the bullets now reference the appendix. And so I'm not clear, I'm not speaking for the other writers, but I'm not clear if the CFCC is now asking us to create an appendix, and exactly what the parameters of that appendix are needs to be clear, and then we'll see if that's something we can do. I think we could add a lot of the visuals to the chapter. I'm not clear yet on what it is that needs to be in an appendix and not in the chapter.
Okay, Erin?
I would agree with what he just said, and Rose has brought this up before. If we're putting things in the appendix, you're putting another place for teachers to look. When we are referring to, I think what Bernadette was talking about, the progression of the visual displays, that's specifically in terms of the data science, but the content and the visual displays as a visual progression, something that's a one-pager, clear, succinct from, you know, pre-K to, or TK to 12, how does this progress? Where do the things come in? How do they overlap? Because there's a lot of teachers that still don't understand the layering of the standards. And so they're trying to cover too much too early, or they're recovering things that have already done rather than layering on. So, and I think what Dr. Ford was saying is we don't want the appendix. It does need to be included in the chapter where we're referring to it.
Okay. So right now we changed it to at the writer's discretion. Would we be comfortable with that, so that the writers can fit this in where it's going to fit in the chapter to make sense? Because it's going to create, I think, some restructuring of the writing in order for it to flow and make sense and be in an appropriate place. And we do get to, it's my understanding, we do get a second look at all of these chapters to make further comments.
And
so
that's
we could
correct,
see
yes.
what they come up with. I have great faith in our writers to make this work. So, so what I'm going to ask is if we can go ahead and do a vote on this, so that we can go ahead and move forward.
Lori, I just have a tiny little bit comment. A progression of visual displays in context.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So are we okay to go ahead and vote on this? On Global 20 only? We still have the other one to go back to.
We have 19 yeses.
Okay, and I know we need to, do we want to do the one we were working on, Mr. Lee, or do we want to go ahead and break for lunch?
Let's go ahead and vote on the one that we were working on. We've already had discussion, so we can vote.
Okay, so we're back to 97 under grades 6 through 8. Add visual example of box plot and dot plots. And are we okay with doing that for those specific lines only? That would represent those specific lines.
It's on the same page as number 96, so it should be still visible.
Okay. Okay, can we go ahead and vote on that?
We have 14 yeses and 5 I can live with that.
Okay. All right, so Jonathan, I'll let you jump in here.
Yeah, we do want to give you a lunch break, so we'll go ahead and we will break for lunch. So we will still come back at 12:45. However, the first portion, the first about 30 minutes, will be a presentation. And so during that time, I invite you, it's okay if when you initially come back, have your cameras on, but if you need to finish your meal during that assessment presentation, just for time purposes, that's okay, and you can turn off your camera while the assessment division provides the presentation. So we'll break for lunch and we'll come back at 12:45, so please try to log in a couple minutes early so we can do roll call.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Have a good lunch, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to do a roll call vote.
Eris Spiegler.
Here.
Lena Bradshaw. No. Aaron Fraser.
Here.
Lori Fryermuth.
Here.
Lori Fury.
Here.
Lindsay Gatfield.
Here.
Crystal Gomez.
Here.
Janet Hollister.
Here.
Lisa Hogerman. Not seeing her. Stephanie Holloway.
Here.
Andrew Huffaker. Not seeing him. Jenny Kim.
Here.
Rebecca Pariso.
Here.
Christina Rubalcava.
Here.
Theodore Sagoon.
Present.
Ma Bernadette Salgarino.
Here.
Stephen Sampson, or Cole. Cole Sampson. I see you. Rosa Sarator.
Here.
Diane Wilson.
Here.
Well, while we're getting all of our people checked in, I want to welcome you back from lunch, everyone. We are now going to go into a content presentation for this meeting. We want to thank our colleagues from the Assessment Development and Administration Division who will be presenting on the topic of assessment that supports instruction and learning, an important topic for our discussion this afternoon as we go into Chapter 10, the assessment in the 21st century. Presenting are Chad Portney and Keith Smith, who are from the Assessment Development and Administration Division. Thank you, Keith and Chad. I'll turn the mic over to you. And make sure your mic's not muted.
Hello, can everybody hear me? My name is Keith Smith. I'm with the Assessment Division, along with Chad Portney. We'll be presenting this section together, as Jonathan mentioned. I'm with the Interim Assessment and Digital Library Office, and Chad is with the English Language Arts and Mathematics Office within the division. Go ahead and go next slide, please. Okay, and there we go. Okay, so our agenda for today, we'll take a look at the assessment cycles by purpose, and then look at the Smarter Balanced Assessment System in more detail. There are three major components we'll talk about: the summative assessments, which many of us have been accustomed to for years and years, but we also have interim assessments, and we have a third component called the formative assessment process, which is those are daily resources that are used in daily instruction, and those are housed in a brand new website called Tools for Teachers. I'll talk more about that briefly. And then after you've administered an assessment, it's important to be able to look at student results on how they did. So we have a system that reports student interim assessment results. It's called the California Educator Reporting System, or CERS, as we refer to it internally. Then we'll talk about this nice connection between the formative assessment process, or the Tools for Teacher website, and these interim assessments that I'm going to be discussing. And finally, we'll close with a tool that Smarter Balance has offered called the Smarter Content Explorer. And this is where we'll talk more about some of the terminology that goes with the assessment program, kind of on top of the language that goes with the Common Core state standards. Next slide, please. So we really like this image. It is in the ELA-ELD framework, and we use it frequently in the assessment division because it reflects this three-pronged system that we have for assessment. We have the summative assessments, which we think of as occurring kind of way out in the future, or the end of a year, or the end of a grade level. And then we have formative assessment, which can occur, on a daily lesson and I should say formative assessment practice, as it's not really an assessment that we might think of traditionally, but it's assessing students' needs while we're performing instruction and using that to inform next steps in instruction. And then between the two, we have the interim assessments, and there are quite a host of interim assessments available to educators in California through this program. So we'll take a look at those in a bit more detail. Next slide, please. So this is the Smarter Balanced view of this idea of the three pillars, or the three parts of their system. We've got summative assessments there at the top in this image, and then interim assessments off to the right. And the instructional supports, this is where we have resources that demonstrate the formative assessment or have embedded the formative assessment process. And those are all housed in Tools for Teachers. So go ahead and head to the next slide. So on the with regards to the summative assessments, these, as you know, are offered typically at the end of the school year. They cover a full range of college-ready knowledge and skills based on the Common Core standards. They measure content claims about knowledge and skills students are expected to demonstrate relevant to particular standards. Those content claims are listed on this slide. There are 5 content claims. Chad will talk about the 5th one in his section, but there are 4 that we refer to across all grades. And there are concepts and procedures, which are kind of the procedural portion of mathematics, if you will. And then claims 2 and 4 typically report together. That's why we've listed them here together. So problem solving and modeling and data analysis are 2 different claims, but they are reported together on the student score reports. And the last claim is communicating reasoning, which is basically taking a look at how students are thinking and expressing themselves while they're solving a problem. Can I stay back on that one a little longer? Got a couple more bullet points on that previous one, John. Thank you, sir. These not only measure the student performance at the end of the school year, but the summative assessments also measure the growth between school years, and they inform program evaluation on the school, district, and state level in terms of accountability systems. And they also provide a measure of readiness for college level courses, and or whether a student is ready or needs additional coursework prior to entering college level coursework. And now I'll advance to the next slide. So interim assessments, now we're really talking about this idea of using assessment as a support for instruction and learning on kind of embedded in the school year. And so interim assessments are that tool. There are three types. The interim comprehensive assessments are very similar to the summative assessment, and I'll talk about that in a moment. The second type is the interim assessment block, which is a smaller assessment focused on with a more targeted focus. And you can see in the slide here there are 3 to 8 targets. And if you're not familiar with the term target, that's a term that goes with the assessment program, and Chad will talk more about what a target is in his section. And then we now have these focused interim assessment blocks, which are even more focused, thus the name, and they target typically 1 to 3 targets. And so they're getting more granular, and you can see they can be offered. They focus on a smaller, set of standards, if you will. And these were newly rolled out last year, and we expect those to continue to have additional focused interim assessments blocks every year. So the interim comprehensive assessment, just a quick background on that, it is built on the same blueprints and basically the same design as the summative assessment, except it is not adaptive. It has the same performance tasks. It yields results on the same vertical scale. It provides an overall performance level designation as well as claim level performance. So this is really mimicking the summative assessment to a large degree, whereas the interim assessments use similar problem types, but they have a narrower focus. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. This is a nice resource to help figure out what's available for each of these interim assessments. They're called interim assessment by grades. They're available, typically, you can see they're available for ELA and math, but each grade level is kind of one front and back document. So you can see I've got the ELA portion in the back on this particular slide and the math on the front. You can see there's one of these for each of the grades between 3 and 8 and high school. And this breaks down the ICAs, where you can see there's one per year, or there's one assessment per grade level that you can administer up to 3 times per year. And then you have your kind of middle size, your interim assessment blocks, which you can see in this example, there are 5 for this particular grade level. And then the focused interim assessments, the more granular versions, the newest ones, are at the bottom, and there are 4 for this particular grade level. In addition to listing the available assessments, you can also see the claims and targets that are relevant. So if you're doing your instructional planning, you can use that to help inform your planning process. You can see the total number of items, including the total number of items that are hand scored. As many of you probably know, most of the items are machine scored, but there are problems that are hand scored, which provides another opportunity for teachers to better understand what their students are thinking when they're taking an assessment. Go to the next slide. So after we've administered these assessments, of course, we want to get results and we want to figure out what to do next. And so one of the tools that we have to do that is the California Educator Reporting System. And this used to be known, many of you may know this as the Interim Assessment Reporting System. A year ago, it was rebranded. And it was rebranded because the Interim Assessment Reporting System was very popular. It was well received by LEAs. And so there was a decision to basically move not just the interim assessment reporting into this tool, but also the summative assessment reporting. So we started last year, but the migration, I think, ends in the next 12 to 18 months. All of the summative assessments will be in there in real time, in addition to the interim assessments. And so we had to have a more accommodating name. And so we rebranded this as the California Educator Reporting System. From an interim perspective, if we think about that teaching and learning piece, interim assessments allow you, for those items, teachers can go in and look at specific items, specific responses. They can look at scoring rubrics and a host of information that we don't have for summatives. And they can use that information to better inform themselves about what kids, do and don't know on each of these items for which they've been assessed. You can also set up special customized groups of students, not just classes, but groups based on a variety of characteristics. It's a very flexible system. And lastly, just a little tease, we have this thing called the Connections playlist, the last bullet on the slide there. And I'm going to talk more about that in a couple moments. But that's a very exciting piece that connects assessment with instruction, which is an important part of this assessment system. Next slide. So when CERS rolled out last year, or the California Educator Reporting System rolled out last year, it was brand new, and we wanted teachers to be able to go in and begin to learn how to use it. And so Smarter Balance provided the sandbox training tool, which is basically a playground or a sandbox for going in and playing around with the system and teaching yourself, or you could do a professional development training at the LEA level or at the school level. There are, I think it can handle up to about 2,000 concurrent users. There's no login required, so anybody from the public or from a school can go in and take a look. The data is mock data, so it looks real, but there's no PII concerns. The practice test items are not secure, so there's really all of the challenges around delivering training for CERS are removed pretty much with this sandbox training tool. And you can go in, or anybody can go in a variety of roles, including a district admin or teacher levels for elementary, middle, and high school. So it's a wonderful tool that is designed to help people familiarize themselves with how to use CERS when they do get access to it. Next slide, please. So this is very exciting. This slide, I think we all know, this presentation was scheduled to happen a couple of months ago, and I didn't catch this when I submitted this to Jonathan. The Tools for Teachers is actually here. It had a grand opening yesterday, I think, or the day before. And if you had a digital library account, you should be able to go into Tools for Teachers right now. It's in what's called the preview release mode. And there are lots of things that are being added and built around Tools for Teachers for the grand opening, which is scheduled to happen, I believe, late September, maybe even September 30th. So Tools for Teachers is basically the next iteration of the digital library, or the replacement for the digital library. So the digital library was retired several weeks ago, and Tools for Teachers is now the place where we house all of our formative assessment resources. So this represents the formative assessment process, or that formative assessment piece of the Smarter Balanced Assessment System. And in here you can find resources that, I should be an expert on this right now because we've been developing resources for this past month, and I've been exposed to the process quite thoroughly. Every resource it includes at a minimum 3 formative assessment strategies, and also includes at a minimum at least 3 accessibility strategies. In addition to that, there are guides, an expectation or requirement to improve, to provide some differentiation of instruction, to make the instruction accessible to a variety of student levels and student situations. And I'm going to talk about the most exciting resource here in a moment in here, but I think that's it for now. Oh, sorry. The thing I'm most excited about here is called the Connections playlist. So we're going to go to the next slide. The Connections playlist is associated with an interim assessment block, and there are 192 Connections playlists that are available to September's. And so what they're doing is they're connecting student performance on one of these interim assessments with resources that can be used for daily instruction in the Tools for Teacher website. So after administering a test in CERS, you can see the box on the left. There will be a button, or there is a button, excuse me, that allows you to click that button, go directly into Tools for Teachers, and to access what's called a Connections playlist. And that's the image you see on the right. Go next slide. I'll give you a little more on the connections playlist. So the reason I think the connection playlist is exciting and so relevant to this idea of assessment supporting instruction and learning is because this is driven based on student performance on one of these assessments. And so teachers are driven into tools for teachers to identify resources that can help them address a potential gap in student learning. If you look at the leftmost column where it says topic and resource, you can see this particular playlist has 3 topics: comparing and ordering fractions, representing fractions with models, and represent fractions on a number line. Below that, if there is a link, in this case, all 3 of these have a link, then that link takes you to an actual instructional resource with all of those instructional formative assessment practices embedded and all of those accessibility strategies embedded in the Tools for Teacher website. To the right of that, you can see there's a student performance progression, which gives teachers an idea of what a student might be doing if they're working. I think this is a third grade. Progression, but a student who's working maybe a little below grade level might be able to compare and order whole numbers and fractions with denominators of unit fractions with denominators of 1, 2, 3, or 4. And as they get closer to grade level, we can see they can compare fractions with the same denominator or numerator. And then there's an example of what they can do if they're performing a bit above the expectation for that grade level. So this gives teacher a good perspective on kind of where they might expect their students to fall, and it helps guide what they might need to do to assist the student to advance their learning. And with that, I would like to turn this over to Chad to talk about you can go ahead and go to the next slide. Talk about the Content Explorer and some of this assessment language, vocabulary, and terminology. Thanks, Chad.
Thanks, Steve. Everybody hear me okay? So the Content Explorer is a relatively new resource that's offered by Smarter Balance, and it provides a connection between the academic standards and the test items. One of the things that Keith and I have noticed is that unless you participate in an item review or an item writing, the connection between the standards and the assessments are not always clear. Content Explorer is designed to help teachers with that connection. And if you have been involved in item review or item writing in the past and you've downloaded some of the test development documents, I think you'll find that this site is a significant improvement over the zip files and PDFs that were previously used to communicate this information. Just want to go over a few highlights. The Explore option allows users to see the connections between claims, targets, and standards, as well as sample questions aligned with those. There's a test development button that provides access to test blueprints and resources like accessibility and scoring guidelines. The test specification documents and the blueprints are also located here. We think these resources could be helpful when writing the assessment chapter of the framework, so I'm going to spend a little time on the content specifications over the next few slides. Next slide, please. The content specifications are the foundation for the Smarter Balance system of summative, interim, and formative assessment supports for educators. They describe the design of the assessment and are used to translate the grade level content standards into an assessment framework. The main idea for this slide is to distinguish between Smarter Balance terminology and terminology used in the Common Core standards for math. For example, terms like claims, targets, and depth of knowledge are not explicitly listed in the standards. They're actually Smarter Balance assessment terms. Keith mentioned claims before. He mentioned the 4 claims in math. They're broad statements about the assessment system's learning outcomes. And he mentioned a 5th claim. And that 5th claim is the overall claim that you may have heard before, which is in 3 through 8, students can demonstrate progress towards college and career readiness in math. And then in high school, it's students can demonstrate college and career readiness. So that's the 5th claim that Keith was talking about. But just to give you an example, claim 1 says students can explain and apply mathematical concepts and interpret and carry out mathematical procedures with precision and fluency. So you can see the name for concepts and procedures in there. The assessment targets provide more detail about the range of the content and the depth of knowledge levels. For example, target B in grade 3 is understanding properties of multiplication and the relationship between multiplication and division. I mentioned the depth of knowledge, which refers to the level of understanding required to answer a question or perform an activity. For example, level 1 depth of knowledge is simply asking a student to recall and reproduce, whereas a level 3 might require strategic thinking and reasoning. So different questions have different depths of knowledge embedded in them. One of the purposes of the Content Explorer is to try to define these terms in the context of the standards. Next slide, please. Here's the math claims that I believe Keith already went over with you. The Claim 1 Concepts and Procedures claim maps directly to the Common Core standards for mathematical content. They vary by grade level, so they're grade level specific. They're exactly what our students expected to know at this level. Whereas Claims 2 through 4 use similar targets across all levels, and they're aligned with the Common Core standards of mathematical practice. And as Keith mentioned before, for reporting purposes, students get an overall score, a score on Claim 1, Claim 3, and then Claims 2 and 4 combined, just because there's not as many questions related to Claims 2 and 4 on the test. So we need to combine those to get a more accurate measurement. Next slide, please. So the diagram is a snippet from the grade 3 overview page of the Common Core Standards. You can see the terms on the left, like domain and cluster heading, which are used in the standards. For example, there are 4 targets for the domain of operations and algebraic thinking, and 1 target for numbers and operations in base 10. So you can see exactly how the targets actually line up with the cluster headings. And the targets, as I said before, are the Common Core standard vocabulary. So there's a standard or standards associating with each cluster heading or target in order to allow for the creation and use of assessment tasks that require proficiency in a broad range of content practices. Next slide, please. If you're familiar with the Claims 2 through 4 targets, they've been shortened on this slide just for display. But Claim 2 is essentially all about solving well-posed problems, whereas Claim 4 is about solving problems that might not be as well-posed. They may have multiple solution paths. There may be extraneous information. Claim 3 is about constructing viable arguments and critiquing the reasoning of others. All items across Claims 2 through 4 are aligned with one or more mathematical practice. For this reason, the assessment targets are all acts of problem solving that are consistent across grades, but also evolve across grades, get a little more in depth, let's say, as you get into the upper grades. It can be confusing when mapping targets for Claims 2 through 4 because the letters are reused for each claim. You can see on the slide here, if anybody happens to be looking at this one, it may be a little small, but some of the targets appear worded exactly the same, whereas some targets kind of get refined as they move up in the grade level. Keep in mind that although the primary target for Claim 2 through 4 test item, which is a word I keep using for test question, the content of the actual item is drawn from a Claim 1 target. So they're asking the student to take what they already know, could even be from a lower grade level, and then apply a Claim 2 through 4 solution to it. So next slide, please. Here's a full list of the mathematical practice standards for comparison. You can see how some of these fit in, for example, in modeling and using tools, scene structure, critiquing reasoning. So these are the claims that are really drawn out in the performance tasks of the Smarter Balanced Assessment. And this is an area where we find that teachers have the most questions about how are these claims actually folded into the assessment. So I just wanted to give you a clearer idea. We're hoping that this can help kind of make a connection between some of the standards terminology and the assessment terminology to try to bridge that gap in your assessment chapter. Thank you for asking us to present. Go ahead, next slide. I don't want to get too deep into those documents. I'm definitely see my contact information there, and I'm available if you want to contact me about any of these or get more information.
Thank you. Did any of our CFCC members have any questions for Keith or Chad?
Okay, any questions we can answer?
Okay. Well, we thank you very much for the informative presentation, and we will certainly reach out to you if we have any questions. So before we move on, thank you. Before we move on to the next portion, I just want to acknowledge that we do have two IQC members that are joining today. Commissioner Jose Iniguez and Commissioner Munoz. And would you like to say any words to our mathematics CFCC today?
Hello, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to participate. This really gives me a much, much better idea as to what transpires during the CFCC meeting. So just in short, thank you.
Thank you so much. And then I want to keep the public comment to as close to 1:30 as possible. So right now, I would like to move to writers' comment, if the writers are ready, and also state that previously I failed to acknowledge our writer, Dr. Joe Bowler, as well. I'll turn it over to you, Brian.
Hi there. I don't know that all the writers are on here. I think we had planned on about 35 minutes later at 1:50, but we can, I guess I'll introduce ourselves, those that are on here. Encourage the writers to unmute themselves and take off the camera. So I'm Dr. Brian Lindeman. I'm a faculty member at Chico State, and it is my pleasure to be sort of the liaison, go-between between CDE and the writing team. The writing team has 5 members, of which I'm on it. Dr. Joe Bowler, Dr. Jenny Langro-Osuna, Dr. Ben Ford, and Mrs. Katie Early. And so I don't know that everybody is on the call, but if you'd like to just say a quick hi, and if you're on there, that would be wonderful.
I can start if you like, as I think I'm alphabetically next turn. My name's Joe Bowler. I'm a professor of mathematics education at Stanford University, co-founder of UCubed. And while I have everybody listening, I'd just like to add that I spent this summer making a new free online class for teachers to help them understand data science and get excited about it, which is releasing next month. So we've been talking about data science all morning, and I was hearing people's concern that this is so new for teachers. So that's why we built that resource. Over to you, Ben.
I'm Ben Ford. I'm in the Mathematics and Statistics Department at Sonoma State University, and for 20 years have been the faculty advisor for the California Math Project North Coast. So I do a lot of work with teacher professional development in mathematics. Love being a part of this group. This is fascinating work. Thank you for all of your great work and giving us lots to chew on.
Great. Thank you so much. And then we do have just a few more moments, so we can go ahead and go to our chapter 5. Yes. Did we miss?
Brian's going to have a message.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Brian. Please continue, Dr. Lindeman.
Yes, I was just going to say just a couple more comments. When I don't know if Keith and Chad are still on, but we would love to, and I'll reach out to them, just find out some of the information from their presentation and make sure that that gets into the assessment chapter. And also just one more thing while I'm thinking about it, there's been a numbering change in the chapters. We were proposing a change to the outline. So the chapter 10, for example, the assessment chapter will from here forward, I guess, be referred to as chapter 11. I just wanted folks to know there's going to be a slight change to the numbering later on. That's it.
Thank you, Brian.
Perfect. So what I'd like to do is just show the public comment slide because we will move to public comment in about 13 minutes. So if you are preparing for your public comment, this is the phone number that you would utilize and the access information here. And then we'll just show that for a few moments, and then we'll move to completing our discussion on Chapter 5 Data Science with a hard stop at 1:30 to begin public comment.
And we will switch back now to our document and our co-chairs.
So welcome back, everybody. We are actually almost done with this. So hopefully everybody enjoyed their little break, for lunch. I know we're teachers, so we eat really fast while doing 10 other things at the same time. So we should be on comment 98, line 572. Add standard 7-SP.3. And keeping in mind the general comment up above, I believe we said it was 18, that that all the standards will be named according to how they are in the California's other documents. So is there any comment? Erin, you had a comment on line 572?
Yeah, and this is actually for 98, 99, and 100, 572, 573, 586. And because I think I put these in here, it was just that throughout the 6th grade description, those standards are specifically called out in parentheses next to the text. And in the 7th grade, it was noticeably absent. So just adding those in. So I had researched what those, the listed things were and added in those standards numbers because they're missing from 7th grade and they were in the 6th grade.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. Any other comments on this these? We'll start with 98. We'll have to do one vote for each. So for 98, 99, and 100, any other comments? Just on 98? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and take a vote.
One vote.
Can I abstain? I want the standards in there, but I don't know 7th grade standards enough to know that that's the standard that's aligned.
Well, I guess I'll trust Erin, and then I'm sure the writers will double check before they do it.
So it's just that we want the standard in? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we have 17 yes and 2 I can live with it.
Okay, so we're going to move on to 99.
It passes.
It passed.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go on to 99. Any comments on 99? Okay, if we could vote on 99.
Again, we have 17 yes and 2 I can live with it.
Okay. And then voting on any comments on 100? Okay, so voting on 100.
And again, 17 yes, 2 I can live with it.
Okay. Okay, so now we're down to the high school section. And we're looking at comment 109, line 769. The suggestion is to add a list of suggested resources that can be found in the high school tools and resources section. Okay, would anyone like to speak to this comment? Okay, Theodore?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure that this surfaced from my particular group last time, but from my understanding, we started to generate a little a list. I'm wondering if that's going to appear in the next iteration of this chapter.
Could you be more specific as where you found that list or what list you're referring to?
So if I remember correctly, Kyle might have been keeping track of some of the references or some of the resources that we were contributing in our conversations.
If I kept any note of that, it would be in a hard copy of the chapter that was turned back into the lead consultant, or it would be on a piece of paper labeled parking lot.
We do have the parking lot items, so we can address that in the next iteration.
Okay, so can I just ask for guidance on how I should move forward at this point? Christina, did you have something to add to this?
Yeah, so I think in our discussion about resources, what we were saying is in line 769, and I'm not sure who added this, just adding a sentence in there for teachers to realize that there is going to be a section of some tools and resources, and it's that list of tools and resources actually starts on line 976. So I think it was just to add a little sentence for teachers to know, hey, there's going to be some options for you that pertain to this information.
Yes, I'm looking at the parking lot items from the previous meeting, and there were I don't have specifics here on my list, but just that there are resources that are free, open source, and that we would include links and a resource guide in general, but there's nothing specific.
I'm sorry, Christina, could you refer us back to where you said the list was?
Yeah, within the chapter, starting on line 976, it actually has high school tools. The section is called High School Tools and Resources.
Okay.
So I think we just wanted to let teachers know that it's going to be coming up in this section.
Okay, so like a sentence like resources can be found at the end of this chapter. Okay. Any other comments on this? Everyone can take a look at it. Okay, if we could have a vote on this comment.
We have 12 yes and 7 I can live with it.
Okay, so passes. Okay, comment 109. 795. Lindsay?
I was just going to add, I think that our group wrote this because the elementary and the middle school section or junior high section, they both have, they start off like right there very clearly. Their section starts with like the big ideas of data science for all students in elementary school or K-5, and they have them listed there. And so I feel like we had said that we wanted that in the beginning of the high school section to be consistent and clear. But now that I'm looking at that data for all, to put the big ideas and then put the data for all, maybe that's not the best idea. And then, so we had said maybe putting it into like a table at some point, make it just to really call it out.
Sorry, my neighbors are apparently having a construction done on their house right now, so I keep muting myself. I'm sorry. So any further comment on comment 109?
Can I follow up on what Lindsay has mentioned?
Sure.
I now remember that, Lindsay, that 6 through 8, as you could see in line, starting from line 470, that we have those bullets as a starting introduction to what it looks like for that particular grade level. And so we were thinking, if we are to be consistent as to how that's going to be presented in high school as well, maybe starting from line 741, that the big ideas could also be included there, meaning to say that lines 795 all the way to 802 might be before or under line 740 to be consistent with the other grade levels.
Christina?
I believe in our discussion, we didn't necessarily move the whole section, but we just felt like the bullet points were sort of lost at the end and weren't really tied back to the phrase big ideas of data science. And so we were just thinking, if you said the big ideas of data science for all students in high school are bullet points, these are identified in the, so we just thought that calling out that those are the big ideas for high school, putting them at the end of that entire paragraph made them just kind of not as clear that they're the big ideas.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, Erin?
Wait, so now do we have two different ideas being expressed here?
I was going to have, yeah. So what I need everybody to do is kind of keep track of what's being typed. So if everybody could take a moment to read, especially those who made the suggestion and were speaking. Okay. And does that capture what you were discussing? Erin, did you have another comment?
If you look at 110, move 795 to 802 to line 741, that's that bullet point right above that just got typed in. Mm-hmm. That's already been approved in 110.
Okay, so we're discussing the same thing twice.
Yep.
Okay, so it's already, I guess, addressed in comment 110. Which is already moving through. So can we just, Does anybody have any last things to say? Christina, did you have a last comment?
Yeah, we were okay with where that whole paragraph is moving. The actual comment 109 is putting the bullets within the paragraph rather than having the paragraph of text and then the bullet points. So it was to say something like, the big ideas of data science for all students in high school are bullet points. These are identified in statistic cluster headings and then continue on with the paragraph. So it's a different idea. So the actual 109 is just where do the bullet points occur within that section.
Can I clarify? Are you suggesting that they just need to properly introduce the bullet points instead of just having the list there? Okay.
Okay. So I'm not sure how we want to state that. So introduce. Okay, Erin?
I don't think that quite captures. I think we need to delete the second bullet that just got added in. And I think what they were trying to say is they're saying that within this section, when it is introduced, the bulleted list, if you look at the other sections, middle school and elementary, so she's saying that line 795, even though we're moving it earlier, the big ideas of data science for all students in high school are put the bulleted list and then continue with the rest of the paragraph so that that bulleted list is the very first thing like it is in the other sections. I think that's what I'm hearing. So the second bullet, I don't think we want that because that's 110.
Okay. I'm going to give Kyle just a second to finish typing.
Aaron, Constantino here. So just to clarify, the bullet that you're suggesting that shouldn't be there is the one that begins with present big ideas.
Yes.
Is that correct?
That one is a separate thought that's already taken care of in 110.
Okay.
Okay, so can everyone read what Kyle has now? And does that seem more along the lines of what you were stating? And then make sure to take a moment to read 110 to make sure that that works as that's already going forward. Any other comments on 109? Erin, does that capture what you were saying? Christina, does that capture what you were saying? Okay, so a vote for 109.
We have 9 yes and 10 I can live with it.
So that doesn't reach, it would reach consensus, that's right, it would reach.
Okay, and then I know we had a hard stop at 1:30. I apologize. It's 1:37. I believe we need to go to public comment.
Thank you, Lori. And before we go to public comment, I know that 2 additional writers from our writing team were able to join us. So I'm wondering if you would be interested in introducing yourselves at this time.
Yes, thanks. Thanks, guys. We have Katie Early and we have Jenny Langro-Suna. If they both want to introduce themselves, that would be great.
Sure. Hi, I'm Katie Early. Been with you for the February meeting, but it's been a long time. Anyway, I haven't had as big a hand on these chapters as I have on some others, so I'll be more active at the next meeting. We're working hard on the grade level chapters from TK to all the way up to 6 and 8. And so Jenny has been taking a lead on some of the primary, and I've been taking a lead on some of the intermediate grade level stuff. Anything more you want me to add, Brian?
No, that's good. Let me just a little bit of background. We each gave a little bit of background, at least where we were working.
Okay, so you mean background of my career?
Just a little bit.
Okay, yes. So I started out in the elementary grades. I used to be a 5th grade teacher, and then ended up working with the math project and then teaching at Chico State in the math education classes for elementary teachers. Done a lot of work with math projects since then too. So with that and my commitments to the California Math Communicator, I'm still pretty busy.
Thanks. Thank you, Katie. Jenny?
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. It's great to see you all. So I'm Jenny Langarosino, assistant professor in mathematics education at Stanford University. And a little about me, my research focuses on mathematics student identity development and collaborative problem solving and equitable instruction. I teach the elementary math instructional methods courses in Stanford's teacher education program, and I've been partnered for the past about 5 years with Ravenswood City School District on teacher professional development and studying math classrooms at the elementary level. Some prior experience in working on broad frameworks, like this one includes recently helping to revise the NAEP framework for our national math assessment, and like Katie said, we've been working on different parts of the framework, and it's just been a real honor and pleasure to work with this fantastic team and to work with you all and to see you all. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So we'll pass it back to you. The writing team is happy to field any comments or questions, obviously, during this 2-day meeting. So we're here at your disposal.
Thank you so much, Brian. Now we are going to open our meeting to public comment. Members of the public, you're encouraged to make your comments by calling into the number on the screen and by pressing *6 to be added to the queue. Once you're connected, we will acknowledge our commenters in order that they called in. You will have 2 minutes for your comment, at which time we will announce time and then move on to the next person. As always, please follow the rules of decorum and respect. You may also submit your comments in writing to the Mathematics Framework mailbox at the address shown on the screen. Written comments will be provided to the Math CFCC members and made available to the public, but they will not be read aloud. And before we start, we need to mention that there's a delay in the live stream. Therefore, we will wait a few seconds to allow for the delay.
Good afternoon. I think I'm on. My name is Jerry Lieberman. I'm the director of the State Education and Environment Roundtable, and I've been involved in writing content, vignettes, and other content-specific materials for the science, history, social science, health, and arts framework. So basically, I'm here to help. This morning, Director Coates asked that you remember the guidelines and continually refer back to them and make sure that the framework adequately addresses that guidance. And so I want to point to one of the elements of Section 7 of the guidelines, which is that the revised math framework will satisfy statutory requirements. And paragraph C calls on the framework to integrate in the environmental principles and concepts. So that's what I'm here to help with. And I was really pleased by the conversation this morning about the importance of providing context, because the environment can provide such a wonderful context for math, and environmental justice is one of the things I've been talking to with the California Math Project. Dr. Ford's been on some of those calls. And so I'm working with them to develop some ideas, and we'll be sharing those ideas over the next couple of months as we work through this framework. So thank you.
Stuart Jenkins, you may now start your 2 minutes.
Thank you, CFCC members and CDE staff. My name is Sophia Sorensen, and I serve as the Multilingual Coordinator for the Santa Cruz County Office of Education. Currently, over 40% of our entering kindergarten students in our county are English learners, and there's a large achievement gap in mathematics between those students who enter as English learners and English-only students. In fact, this achievement gap grows from the 3rd grade to the 11th grade rather than narrowing as it does for English language arts. So there's an urgent need to improve access to quality mathematics learning for English learners. For more than 20 years, I've worked with multilingual students, their families, and teachers, providing math instruction, developing professional learning that focused on integrating English language development into the math content, and supporting math department PLCs as they focus on increasing the achievement of English learners. And so from these experiences, I know that what teachers really need are tools that illustrate to them how they can use those California ELD standards in tandem with their math standards. Our district leaders have asked our county office to make sure that we integrate those ELD standards into all of our math training. I know how critically important the mathematics framework is going to be in guiding instructional practice going forward, and it's because of this that I advocate that the principles and practice of equity be integrated into each chapter of the framework in addition to being highlighted in the standalone chapter. It's critically important that the pedagogy to support equity is easily accessible to educators at the point of use while they're considering how to teach the mathematics content. I heard earlier this morning that discussion of one more place for teachers to go to is really important, that we want everything where teachers need it at their fingertips. So one recommendation I have is to link the aligned ELD standards next to the math standards as they're listed throughout the mathematics framework. And the second recommendation I have is that the vignettes and snapshots provided in every chapter reflect the diversity of California's classrooms, so that there are references on how to support English learners specifically in developing mathematical reasoning throughout this document. So from my work with teachers, I know that they're really eager to serve all of their students. They see these achievement gaps and they want to do better by their students, and it's really up to us at the state level to produce the resources that can support them to do this. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Time. Scott McLean, your 2 minutes starts now.
I hope you can hear me. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Veronica Torres McLean, biliteracy expert at Loyola Marymount University Center for Equity for English Learners. In a review of Chapter 5, we found a varied description of activities to develop data proficiency that have the potential to promote student collaboration, wondering, classroom discussions, and clarifications, among others. This chapter also highlights life experiences that students may bring into the classroom. Given that these practices require intentionality in leveraging students' first and second language development, we believe it would be critical to clearly specify connections to the ELD standards and English learner-centered strategies and scaffolds to develop mathematical discourse, while clearly articulating the relevant experiences that multilingual students and their families bring into the classroom and school community. It will be important to provide educators with explicit examples, snapshots, and vignettes of language development connections and supports for the culturally relevant implementation of English learner-centered strategies that build on the linguistic and academic assets that multilingual students bring into the classroom. These examples need to be inclusive of EL research-based references and links to professional literature and resources. Further, to leverage linguistic and academic experiences that ELs bring to the classroom, professional learning considerations should be centered on ELs, including asset-based approach and culturally responsive instruction, EL typology, specific language needs and strategies, in order to provide pathways for ELs to access academic discussions and be able to advance linguistically and academically. Chapter 5 also addresses California's computer science standards. It is crucial to clearly address equity issues related to technology access. Additionally, access to multilingual resources, communication with multilingual families, and distance and hybrid learning must be considered. Thank
Wireless caller with the last four of 0491. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Rupolo, and I'm with the Education Trust West. For nearly 20 years, the Ed Trust West has advocated for educational justice and the high academic achievement for all California students, pre-K through college, particularly students of color, those living in poverty, and English learners. As you read in the letter that Ed Trust West submitted in partnership with 9 other advocacy and research organizations and county offices of education, Ed Trust West is dedicated to the goal of ensuring that principles and practices of equity are incorporated within each chapter of the math framework, in addition to being addressed in a standalone chapter focused on equity and access. While equity is essential to pedagogy, there are many important structural considerations for designing and implementing equitable math programs, and we believe that these can be best addressed in a standalone chapter while also being integrated within each chapter. In our review of the draft versions of chapters 3, 4, 5, and 10, we believe there are opportunities to strengthen the content to ensure that access and equity are clear and accessible to readers. We outlined our comments in the letter. One of the opportunities is centering cultural relevance. I would like to thank the committee members who have been mindful of including culturally relevant examples throughout the data science chapter discussion earlier today. It's important for these examples to be asset-based and not with a deficit lens or problematized. The framework presents an opportunity to guide high-quality math instruction that also nurtures all students' positive math identities and engagement, with a particular focus on serving students who have been historically marginalized and underserved. Thank you for your consideration of these comments and those included in our letter.
M. Bonrosto, your 2 minutes starts now.
Hello, good afternoon, members of the Mathematics CFCC, and thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Manuel Bonrostro, Policy Associate for California Together. As a statewide advocacy coalition focused on improving education for California's over 1 million English learners, we think that the mathematics framework offers a wonderful opportunity to continue to expand access and equity for ELs. In a letter submitted last Friday, which was signed by Californians Together and 9 other organizations, we outlined our findings from our review of chapters 3, 4, 5, and 10. One clear area of need that I want to highlight from this review is on the need to explicitly mention the ELD standards and align these with the mathematics standards throughout the framework. In our review, we saw no evidence of this alignment, and we think it's an opportunity for improvement in the framework. We recommend placing links to the aligned ELD standards next to the math standards listed throughout the mathematics framework. Clearly articulating this alignment will save users time and effort and ensure that supplementary documents do not have to be produced down the line. In addition, there's already a resource that can be helpful in this. We included in our letter a link to West's December 2015 report, which offers helpful guidance for implementing designated and integrated ELD in conjunction with math standards. I also want to offer some suggestions on Chapter 10 on assessment. Here, we ask you to consider adding language on assessment considerations for ELs and students in multilingual programs. The chapter should also discuss the importance of appropriate assessment design and placement to ensure that all students, including ELs, have equal access to rigorous coursework. Issues with grading could also be addressed more directly given equity implications.
That's
such as
time.
access to rigorous coursework. Thank you.
Jessica Lewis, your 2 minutes starts now.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Jessica Sacco. I'm with the California STEM Network, which is a project Just Children Now. I'd like to start out by aligning my comments with the previous 2 speakers from the Education Trust West and California Together as co-signers of the letter that was submitted on Friday. In addition to that, I'd like to thank the members of the CFCC and the writers for their work and their commitment to this process. I can only imagine the challenge that this is to transition to a distance environment, and I thank Member Rucker for her comments talking about how this is a model and how we're modeling for educators what we maybe looking at come this fall. So I thank her for that recognition, and thank you all for your continued commitment to this. As previous comments I have submitted to this group include the importance of making math come alive and be relevant, as is talked about by committee member Rosa. And STEM, as well as the environment, are two vehicles that are great ways to make that math become alive and relevant. In addition, I would like to see additional examples, particularly within the data science chapter, of culturally responsive and relevant opportunities for students to explore data science. And finally, I'll conclude by just repeating the call for increased and improved examples in the vignettes of snapshot that really portray California students, including our English language learners, and improved integration of English language development standards and the mathematics standards. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Fosnot C, your 2 minutes begins now.
Is this me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. This is Kathy Fosno. Hello, I'm the past founder of Mathematics in the City and the current CEO of New Perspectives on Learning. I wanted, first of all, to just comment on how what an excellent job I think you're doing on the addition of data. I think that's so important in this 21st century. And I wanted to comment a bit on the learning trajectories issue and comment that in the numeracy work, the focus was really on big ideas and the development of strategies and the development of children's ideas. And I want to make sure that that comes through in the data analysis chapter as well, chapter 5, that it really hits at a learning trajectory based on the emergence of children's ideas. I just finished quite a bit of research on that topic with Kuno Gravemeyer from the Netherlands and Frans van Halen. I'm happy to share that research. We published it a year ago with 6 sequences of activities that we also did research on in K5. So we have a learning trajectory that you could look at, and we have activities, and we have video clips. We have clips of a description of the learning trajectory and lots of video clips that I'm happy to share. The parent releases are all in place, and we can share them. So please, if that interests the writers, I heard a lot of people talking about the need for video. Thank you.
That's all the public comment that we have.
Thank you so much to the members of the public. And again, I want to remind you, if you have a written comment that you would like to submit, you can submit that to the Math Framework mailbox at the address on the screen. So, co-chairs, I'm going to give you just a short time to wrap up Chapter 5, and then we will start on our first read of Chapter 10. So let's just take a couple minutes and wrap up the last pieces of Chapter 5 before we move on to the first read.
Okay, so we are on where we left off was comment 113. On line 846, add a citation to the figure. And then I guess there was a question as to why that figure was there. Do I have anyone that would like to discuss this comment? Okay, Christina?
I believe in our group we talked about the citation actually exists on line 860, but the figure sort of looks misplaced. It's not where it's referred to in the text. It actually says find existing research like the graph here in line 857.
Okay, and that might be straightened out when they do the publishing.
So I think it was just, we were thinking the citation's there, it's just the graph is in the wrong spot.
Okay.
And that is correct. That would be corrected when the publication version would be set up.
Okay. So any other comments on this? Okay, we still need to vote since it was highlighted. So if you could have a vote on the fact that the graph is related to language on line 857, and we want to make sure that is addressed during production.
We're still waiting on one more vote.
Oh.
19 yes.
Okay. And then on to comment, and our last one, we're almost there. Lines 847 to 850, create a call out. We mean a pull quote of this, but without the parenthetical references. And then there was the question, what is the rationale for this quote? Do I have anyone that would like to address this? Anyone at all that would like to address this? Okay, Lori?
Yeah, I know that in my experience with teachers, the instruction of graphing and functions and modeling is oftentimes taught outside of context. So I would advocate that this be emphasized, that they need to be associated to solve problems.
You mean graphing should be part of problem solving, not a separate entity onto its own?
Yeah, the functions and the modeling in particular.
Okay. So do you have language that you would like to
I think the
add?
language is fine. It needs to be highlighted somehow. There needs to be a way that it's easy for us to, when we're reading through the framework, to just draw our eyes right to that, because that's a pretty key point.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, so Lori, could you just lower your hand for me? Thank you. Any others? Okay, seeing no other hands raised at this time, based on how it is currently worded on the document, can we do a vote?
We have 7 yes and 11 I can live with it. 12 I can live with it, excuse me.
Our threshold is 14. So our threshold is 13 yeses for consensus. And we got how many? 7. So back to you, Lori. Would you like to continue discussion on this, or would you?
Do we need further? Raise your hand if you'd like to have further discussion.
Oh, we do have 7.
Or...
I'm sorry. We did reach consensus. My apologies. We did reach consensus. We got the minimum yes votes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, and I believe that double check my document. Wraps up chapter 5. Yay!
Wow, congratulations. Yes. There's a clap icon, I believe. We can all clap. Before I turn it over to Jonathan, just a quick comment for the committee regarding the red comments here. You're going to get the chapter back. So keep these comments sort of in your back pocket. keep these ideas, these thoughts, because when you review the chapter for a second time, you'll want to still have an eye for some of these recommendations, and is there something you want to address in this regard in the new iteration when you see it of the chapter. So this does not mean the end for these recommendations. It may or may not, but it's up to you how you want to address this in the future. So with that, I will turn it back over to Jonathan.
Thank you, Kosa. So we are now back on schedule for our agenda, so give yourselves a little applause there. We are going to go to the first read of Chapter 10, Mathematics Assessment in the 21st Century. If you remember in our first meeting, we broke into small groups, read through the chapters, reviewed the other group's comments, then came together in a large group for consensus discussion. In this virtual meeting, we are not able to do that. For the meeting today, the equivalent of the first read was largely completed when you submitted your individual comments. To be clear, per Bagley Keene, this public setting is the first time committee members have seen each other's comments. We combined all of your submissions and created a consensus tracking document named Combined Recommendations and Edits for Chapter 10, which we share with the members at the beginning of the meeting this morning through Google Docs. Ken McDonald and Kyle Petty will be capturing your comments and editing the Google Doc as we go along, as they have been doing all morning. All of the recommendations have been given a number to facilitate the discussion, and it will be easier to refer to when you make a recommendation by its number. The first read procedure today will be as follows. First, the co-chairs will provide you with a few minutes to review the consensus document and to digest and analyze the recommendations that were received. So you'll have, do we say 15 minutes to kind of go through the document for Chapter 10 and see how your colleagues have made comments. Then members who wish to speak will raise their hand to be recognized. The co-chairs will facilitate a discussion to determine which recommendations the committee will disagree upon or that need clarification, and the co-chairs will walk you through that process. The CDE staff will highlight the comments indicated. The highlighted items are not going to be discussed today. That will happen during the consensus discussion. Finally, the co-chairs will facilitate an addition of any possible new comments section by section. The committee members will be asked if they have other comments different than the ones that are in the consensus document that they may like to add. You may also note that the comments that were redundant were combined. So if you submitted a comment that was very similar to someone else's, you may not see your comment, and that is only because we combined comments that were the same to make the meeting go as efficiently as possible. Are there any questions about our first read procedure? Okay, Aaron?
So my question, you had said, so in bullet A, it says members given the opportunity to read and add to the suggested comments, but you kind of alluded that the additions would be at the end. So
yeah,
is that true?
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and move those to the end so that we can get all of the comments made first.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Other comments? All right. Well, we're going to begin our first read, and I'll turn it over to our co-chairs.
All right, thank you. Lori and I talked a little bit at lunch, and we think maybe rather than reading all, I believe there are 87 comments. Oh, no, more than that, 108 comments all at once. We'll start with just the global section. Is that okay, Jonathan and Constantino?
You want to start with the global?
Yes, rather than read the entire document to begin with.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so if you would take a few moments and read through all of the global comments, and I believe the link is in the chat, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then to indicate you're finished, can you please raise your hand once you're done? Just a reminder, if you've finished reading, please you raise your hand on the screen. And you're only going through comment 16 right now. We'll wait about 30 more seconds and you'll get another chance to read them also. All right. So if you remember back as Jonathan described, last time we met in small groups and we did the highlighting and then we reviewed each other's work. So this is sort of a compilation of that. And one of the things that we want to be mindful of is that we need to get through these 108 comments today, not the discussion of them, but identifying the ones that we want to discuss. So I'm going to try this first. If it doesn't go well, we will change the procedure. But what we thought we would do is take the comments 5 at a time. So in those first 5 comments, if there is a comment in there that you would vote yes for, it does not need to be highlighted. If there's a comment in there that you would vote I can live with it, probably doesn't need to be highlighted either. If there's a comment that you say, no, either I don't understand what that's saying or I disagree and we need to have a discussion, those are the comments that will be highlighted through this process. And so are there any questions on that? And this, by the way, is not the time to discuss or to offer your opinion as to why you want it highlighted. You would simply raise your hand, and when it's your turn, you would say, I'd like to highlight comment 4. And then we would move on to the following comments. Okay? So comments 1 to 5, please raise your hand if there are any there that you would like to have a discussion about in our next section. Lena.
Number 3.
Thank you. Number 3 will be highlighted. Lori Freemuth.
Sorry, 4 and 5.
All right, thank you. And comments 6 to 10, are there any in there? And on number 9, you could say either all of number 9, or you could say 9A, 9B, or 9C. Okay. Lindsay.
9, and then is 10 an error?
Yes, it is. I'm not sure. Yes.
Okay, and you wanted all of 9 highlighted, correct?
Or just the top part?
Okay. All right, anyone else for 6 through 10? No, Lindsay, you don't have your hand up again, right? There we go.
Sorry.
That's all right. And then we'll take the rest of these together, numbers 11 through 16. Anyone who wants those highlighted? Okay, thank you. So what this means in this first section on global, anything that is not highlighted will go to the writers. Everything that is highlighted will be discussed in the second read. And now the rest of these go in order by line number. So I think it makes sense to take, say, the first 10, read the first 10 comments, so that would be 17 to 26, and maybe just jot down notes to yourself of the ones that you would like us to discuss. So we'll give you a couple of minutes to read those.
Diane, you'd like us to raise our hand again when we've read the comments?
I was just going to start actually, but thank you.
Okay.
So if you would like 17 through 21, if there is one of those you would like highlighted, please raise your hand. I would like number 18, please. All right, number 22 through 26. All right, it looks like those are all good. I see no raised hands. All right, let's go ahead and read the rest of them from 27 through 40. Oops. Oh, wait, it goes way past 40. Let's go 27 to 40, and then we'll get the rest of them.
Diane?
Yes.
Constantino here. If members could just keep track of who did the highlighting so that when we come back in the consensus discussion, we know who to call on.
Do we want to add that into the document?
We'll try to add the initials to the highlight, but I know we didn't do that at the beginning, so we just want to keep track of who did that. You know,
Okay, do we want to go back? There are only 5 highlighted so far. Do we want to go back and capture that?
That's probably a good idea.
Okay. We'll do that after everyone finishes reading through number 40.
Sounds good.
And this is a longer section, so if you would please raise your hand when you're finished, that would be helpful. I know it takes a while to go back and forth between the 2 documents.
Ken, Dr. McDonald?
Yes.
Are you available to step in? We might need you to cover for a technical glitch on Kyle's end.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
And just a reminder, if you're finished, please raise your hand. Okay, just a few people finishing up. While the last couple of people finish up, can we go ahead and go back up and add the initials of the person who requested the highlighting? So comment number 3, you can go ahead and lower your hands. And then whoever asked for comment 3 to be highlighted, you can raise your hand in just a minute after all the hands are down. All right, so now the person who requested number 3 to be highlighted. All right, that was Lori FR, or FR, however you want to abbreviate it.
I'm LF1.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
LF1.
All right. And 4 was LF1 and 5 also?
I was 4.
Okay.
Lori, I thought you were 5 as well.
Yeah, I heard it was the same person for 4 and 5.
Yes, I was. I was
Okay.
4 and 5.
All right. And who was it for number 9? That was Lindsay. And number 18, that was me. All right. So we are on number 27, I believe. So to make this easier, we'll go 27 to 30, and then we'll go up by 5s from there. So raise your hand, please, if you would like something from 27 to 30 highlighted. Christina.
26 and 27, please.
Thank you. Anyone else?
30.
30, and I'm sorry, who was that?
This is Bernadette.
Thank you.
30 has multiple parts.
Did you want all of it, Bernadette?
Yes, please. Oh, yes, please.
Okay. All right. 31 to 35. Eris.
Line 33.
33.
33, sorry.
Anything else? Okay, no hands. So 36 through 40. All right, I see no hands for 36 through 40. All right, so let's move on. If you could please read 41 through 45, and then that's the end of this section. If you would like a little more time, can you please click the go slower reaction? Thank you.
Were we just going through 45 right now?
There are a few people finishing up reading 40. Yeah, you can go further, but what I had asked was 41 to 45 to finish this section. All right. And if you had the go slower icon up and you are ready now, can you go ahead and turn your icon off, please? Okay. Starting with number 41, or 41 through 45, actually. Does anyone want any of those? Eris?
42 and 44 are basically the same thing. I don't know if we could combine those into one.
Okay, so we'll highlight those. And Crystal?
41.
41. I want to give Kyle a chance to get the initials in there.
Sorry, I'm struggling with so many windows being open.
I understand. All right, so 42 and 44, the initials were AB, Kyle. And for 41, it was CG. All right, and let's see, Aaron has a hand up.
So it looks to me like 43 and 45 are the same ideas. Maybe those two need to be combined.
Okay, so we'll highlight those two. And Kyle, that was EF and Cole. Oh, your hand's not up anymore. Okay. All right.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to talk and I was muted. I think that 43 and 45, I think Aaron was trying to say we don't need to talk about them. They just are the same idea. Is that correct, Aaron?
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't think they need to be highlighted. Yeah.
Okay. So Aaron, you're okay if we unhighlight 43 and 45?
Yeah, I just think that it's the same. It's referring to the same thing. They're all comments about the exact same thing.
Okay. All right, the next section starts formative assessment, and it looks like it goes all the way to number 87. So we have quite a few comments in here. So let's take them 10 at a time. So let's go 46 to 55. And once again, if you'll raise your hand when you're finished, please. So 46 to 55. We just have a couple of people finishing up. All right, I think we are ready. All right, so starting with 46 through 50. Anyone who wants one of those? Oops, if you could lower your hand, please, unless you have 46 through 50 you'd like highlighted. Lori.
"46, which is my own. I noticed a mistake in it that I made, and then 49 and 51.
All right, thank you. All right. Anything else in 46 to 50? I see no hands, so 51 through 55. Stephanie.
Comment number 54.
Number 54, thank you. And Lena?
54 as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Put both your initials. Who else? Aaron?
52.
52 for Aaron Fraser, correct? And Stephanie, you didn't have another one, correct? And Aaron, did you have another? Nope, doesn't look like it. All right. And 55, nobody wanted. All right. If you would start reading again 56 to 65, so the next 10 comments. And again, please raise your hand when you're finished. And Lori and I are going to switch off the facilitation. So when we come back, it will be Lori facilitating.
I'm sorry, Diane, are people raising their hand when they're finished?
Correct.
Through 66, correct?
65. Yeah, 56 to 65.
Okay.
Oh, there. Oh, thank you. Oh, there we go.
A couple more people are just finishing up, so we'll get started in just a moment. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and get us started. So I'm looking at numbers 56 through 61. Raise your hand, please, if you'd like any of those highlighted. Okay, Lori Fury.
My apologies, I didn't have my hand down.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me make that clear. If you do not have one that you would comment you'd like highlighted, please lower your hand. Okay, Aaron. Okay, Bernadette. Oh, I'm sorry, Aaron.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, 58.
58. Okay, so that's 58 is EF. Bernadette.
I'd like to highlight 56 as well.
Okay.
60 and 62.
All parts of 62 or just a particular?
I'm asking to highlight those because I can also see some connections between those, but maybe during the discussion that we could point that out. Yeah.
Okay, so you want all parts of 62 highlighted then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Lena?
62, B.
Okay. Any others highlighting for 56 to 65? Cole?
I just wanted to make a comment. Line 66 is mine, and I put the wrong line number. It's supposed to be 151, and it's the same equation referred to in 65, so that's a repeat.
Oh, okay. Okay, so Bernadette and Lena, did you have any others that you needed highlighted?
I need to lower down my hand.
Okay. Rebecca?
Sorry, I have too many tabs open. It seems like 64 and 65, can we condense this into one? And even 66 seems like there's a lot of problem with line 151. So maybe somehow change it.
Okay, you know what? I'll make note of, we can make note of that and maybe we can address them all at the same time.
Is the request that I highlight them?
Well, if we don't highlight them, they'll just go through to the writers and the writers will see that they're all the same. Is that?
That's my understanding. That's my understanding as well. Yes.
That is.
Yeah.
But,
So
but
if we're okay with that, then is that okay,
Lori,
Mr.
so
Silva?
I just wanted to say that I thought I understood the committee member, and my apologies, but the committee member saying that they wanted to discuss 64, 65, and I believe 66.
I'm sorry. If you wanted to discuss those other than just that they're the same and you want to condense them?
I just wanted to condense them. That's all.
Okay. So if the writers see that they're all the same, is that fine? We don't need to have discussion on them. Would that be okay?
Yes, you can leave them.
Okay. So we'll know that they're the same. We'll just push it through the writers. We'll know that they're the same thing. Okay. So then I'm gonna okay. So then I'm gonna go ahead and move on for reading, and I'm skip 66 since we already kind of addressed that, and do 67 through 77. And if you could raise your hand when you are done reading. I think almost everyone has raised their hand. So maybe we can go ahead and get started, if that's okay with everyone. So let's start. We're starting on 67. So let's do 67 through 70, just because they're kind of grouped together. Raise your hand if you have any of those highlighted, 67. Oh, I'm sorry, if everyone can lower their hand real quick for me, and then we'll start again. Okay, so Lisa, you had one you would like, so we're at 67 through 70. Lisa, did you have one you'd like highlighted?
Yeah, number 67.
Okay. Okay, Lena?
69.
Okay. Bernadette?
I think I'm looking at 68 and 69.
Okay.
And 70 as well, 70.
Let's do 71 through 77 next. Okay, Erin?
74.
Okay, good choice. Lisa?
I had 76 and then 77A.
Sorry guys, I'm just pausing to make sure everything gets noted correctly. Okay, Lena?
74 and 77A.
Okay. Anyone else? 70 through 77? Let's do. Okay, so now we need to go ahead and read again. So we're going to do 78 through 87. 78 through 87. And if you could raise your hand when you are finished. Thanks, guys. Just a friendly reminder, please raise your hand when you are finished. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started. So we're looking at lines, I'm just going to do where the break is, 78 through 81. Okay, I'm sorry, everybody please remember to lower your hand. Okay, Stephanie?
Yes, line or comment 79.
Okay.
Thank you.
Aaron?
Comment 80.
Both parts?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Christina?
Line 78, please.
And Lena?
79 and 80.
Okay. All right. So then moving on, 81 to 87.
I'm sorry, who was asking? Was that Christina? Was that you for 78?
Yes, it was.
Okay, sorry. Crystal?
83.
Okay. Okay, Lena?
83 and 84.
Okay. Theo?
82.
Crystal, did you have another one? Rebecca?
85.
Okay. Christina?
84 and 86, please.
Okay. I'm just looking at how many we have. Okay, so let's do the next set. Will be 88 through 93. Some of those are multi-parts, so let's do 88 through 93. And if you can again raise your hand when you are finished. Okay, so let's go ahead and go through this. So we are going from 8, so let's just do 88 to 92 at this time. If anyone would first, sorry, let me say this again. Make sure you've lowered your hand. If everybody could just start fresh. Let's lower our hands and then we'll go back to asking for, okay. Now raise your hand if you have a comment you'd like highlighted. Okay, so Lindsay.
Number 89, and then 92, E1 and E3.
Okay, Andrew.
91 and 92B.
Okay, Stephanie.
92 E3, which I think Lindsay already commented it and highlighted, and then 92 E4.
Okay, guys, please don't forget to lower your hand unless you, after you speak. Thank you. Crystal.
88.
Okay. Lena.
88, 89, and 92. B and E.
Okay, Christina.
92, E3 and 4.
Okay. Janet. Janet. Okay, Rosa.
My question is a question. If someone's already pointed out and highlighted it, do I have to now put my initials and say I want to discuss it too, or we can move on and not have to have a whole bunch of initials next to it? Is it only the people with initials next to the highlight that will now be able to discuss that particular highlighted piece?
No.
So I don't have to raise my hand to get it highlighted on top of the highlight.
Correct. We only need it highlighted once, and
Okay.
everyone will be able to discuss it at that time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coates. Okay. Great. So let's go on then to, I'm not seeing any more hands. So let's go on to 94 to 99. Actually, can we let's just do this. Let's just end this 94 to 104. And that ends that section. We're going to go 94 to 104. And then again, please raise your hand when you're finished. Okay, so I know a couple people are still finishing up, but it is break time. So if we could all be back here, I have 3:24. So if we could all be back here at, say,
Let's do 15 minutes, Lori.
okay, so that would be 3:40.
Yes.
Okay. 3:40. So if everyone could return at 3:40, and then we'll finish this first read off.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, hi, welcome back from break, everyone. CDE staff, is there anything you need to say at this time?
Hi, thank you. So just to advise of where we are in the agenda, which is always subject to change based on our needs, what we'll do is we will, our co-chairs will continue to lead us through the end of the first read for Chapter 10 assessments, and then we're going to move right along and continue to the consensus discussion for this chapter, Chapter 10 assessment, to give us a head start and make good use of our time.
Okay. So if everyone could make sure they lower their hand as we begin. Okay, so we are working with line comments 94 to 104. So if you would like one of those comments highlighted at this time, please raise your hand. Okay, Christina?
So are we going to go all the way through 104?
Yes.
Okay. Then I would like to start with 95D, 96, 97, and 104.
Okay, and just a gentle reminder that if it's already highlighted, you do not have to repeat the highlight. That's a thing. Okay, Lisa, Rebecca,
100 and 105.
okay. Bernadette,
101.
all of 101 or
B and C.
okay. Lena,
Who was that on 101, please?
B and C, and that was Bernadette.
99.
Just 1 second, Lena. I think he's trying to catch up. Okay.
99.
All of 99?
Yes.
Okay. Any others, Lena? Okay. And Lisa? Okay. All right. And then
I felt that we were just going through 104, but I think someone said someone for 105 as well.
yes, they did.
Who was that, please?
That was me. Sorry.
Thank you. Rebecca. Okay, so we have just 105 to 108 left. So Lisa, I'm sorry, Lisa, did you have another comment?
I had 95C. I didn't know if you got that.
No, we didn't. Thank you for checking up on us.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we just have the last four on the conclusion, 105 through 108. If we could just take a quick moment to look at those.
You're responding.
Okay. Is everybody ready to go?
Lori,
Okay.
I just wanted to remind us that we said that we were going to go back to anyone who had any additional comments to add to this before we moved on to consensus.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so if everyone could lower their hands. Okay, and then raise them if you want anything from, well, 105 is already highlighted, 106, 107, or 108 highlighted. Cole?
106, please.
Aaron?
Also 107.
Okay. Okay, so this is the time that we are going to go ahead and head back to see if anyone had any additional comments that they wanted to add. So I'm going to go back up to, well, let's do it in sections again, just to keep it. Sorry, I'm trying to get back up to the top. So for global, does anyone have an additional comment they would like for global? Please raise your hand if you have something else you'd like to add under the global comments at this time. Okay. Introduction issues with traditional assessment, the next section. Issues with traditional assessment. Okay. Two forms of assessment. If I'm going too fast, just put your hand up and I'll stop. Under formative assessment. Or formative assessment lessons. I'm just so everyone knows where I am. I'm on line 134, rubrics. Anything under rubrics? Teacher diagnostic comments, page 11. Okay, Rebecca?
Technically, it's on page 12, but it's still under that same section.
Okay.
I was wondering if we could add a call out for lines 71 and 72. When students receive a grade and a comment, they appear only to focus on the grade. I just think that should be highlighted.
Okay. So we're looking at, correct me if I'm wrong, I know where this is.
Can you repeat the line number, please?
Is it 170, Rebecca?
Sometimes my line numbers are a bit different than yours. So mine says it starts in the middle of 171, but
okay.
So when students receive.
So 171 to 172.
Yeah, just that sentence there. Just somehow make it bigger, bold it, or just do something because this is a lot of information. So.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Christina?
This is not a new comment, but I'm pretty sure there was a typo on a line number that actually should go in this section for discussion. Can I say that now or should I wait till we get to that? So in the comments, it refers to line 266. I'm looking at comment 96, but I'm pretty sure based on the quote that it should be line 166, which is in the diagnostic feedback section.
You know, sometimes that happens when you print a document and your margins, for example, are a little different. It'll just, the line numbers might shift, so that's a possibility.
Okay, I just was thinking that we should discuss it where it falls rather than where it's listed under our comments.
So you're saying comment number 96?
Yes, I'm pretty sure that it's a typo and it should say line 166 instead of 266 because of what it refers to as diagnostic feedback.
Not seeing that on this.
I think it's comment 97.
Yeah, I think I wrote it down wrong. Comment.
Page 12, yes, it should be
Yes.
166.
Yeah.
So maybe we can just cut and paste that?
Correct.
Okay. Good catch. I'll be right with you, Theo. I'm just waiting for to make sure we're on the. There we go. Okay, Theo.
On sorry, taking us back to 157. It's actually the last word of that sentence that starts with teacher diagnostic. This idea of possibly substituting improve, which is ambiguous, to build on or extend thinking.
Okay, so
line number,
line
please.
157.
157.
Replace to improve
with build on or extend student thinking.
Okay.
And just a comment, just to set the new comments apart for the moment, we're using a blue font. So that co-chairs, so that you can go back and ask if anybody would like to highlight the new comments before moving on to consensus discussion.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay. So any other new comments under teacher diagnostic? Teacher diagnostic comments? Okay, I'm not, how about self and peer assessment? Starting about line 191. How about summative assessment and standards-based grading? Retaking assessment assignments and tests. We're looking at line 252. I'll just call it line numbers. That might be easier. 252 to 273. Cole?
I just wonder, given our presentation earlier today, if it would be advisable to maybe put some information about like the tools for teachers and the Smarter Content Explorer somewhere in this section as resources. I'm not sure where it would belong, but it might fit in here nicely.
Under summative assessment?
Yes.
Okay. So just an overall comment to add in new information.
Yeah, with the tools for teacher and the Smarter Content Explorer.
Okay.
Right, and Jonathan's reminding me the writers did indicate that they're interested in connecting with the assessment colleagues so that they can get that information in there. So it's on their radar.
I added it as number 91.
Okay. Rosa?
I was just going to say that, well, now they're going to go looking at that, but that tool isn't just for summative assessments. So we wouldn't want it to just be something in that section of this chapter.
So maybe should we put that comment under global? Would that be a better place for it?
Probably, because my understanding is that you could use, there's going to be formative pieces in there, there's interim pieces. Yeah, it's not just a summative site for teachers to go to.
Okay, maybe we'll just put that under global then. Would that be okay with everybody?
Couldn't it go under the Smarter Balance Consortium in the CASP section?
Yes. Thank you, Erin. So that would be lines.
Yeah, line number.
It starts at 274.
I just left it under global for the moment, but I've noted the section.
Okay. All right. Any comments under, we'll do retaking assignments and tests, 252 to 273. Okay. 274 to 305. Okay. 306 to 333. Excuse me. Okay, so I think last call for new comments. All right. So it is my understanding that we are going to jump right into going through these yellow highlights. Yes, Erin?
My question is for the ones that were just added, were we going to have decide if we need to highlight those or not?
That is correct.
Yes. Okay. So do that first. I had thought about doing it as we got to them, but that's fine. We can go ahead and do that now. So if you want to find the blue highlights.
Ken, will you walk us through the numbers that are the new comments, please?
17, 71, 74.
17. 71. 74.
Would anyone like any of those highlighted, Erin?
74.
Okay. Any others of those that you would like highlighted? Okay, seeing no hands at this time, we're going to go ahead and start. So I guess we'll go back to global, start there.
Yes, we, will you, Lori and Diane, will you read the procedure once again for consensus discussion? Or we could do it.
Yeah. Either way, I just need to get to the slide that has it, but I
can do it.
Yeah, Jonathan will lead us through initially, Lori, and then if you had any additional comments, feel free.
Okay.
We're going to take a moment and pull the slides up.
All right, so this is a good moment. We're skipping ahead to a day 2 activity. So let me go there and bring up the slide.
Oh, cool.
Okay, so again, congratulations. You guys did a really good job, and we're excited to be a little bit ahead. We're going to begin the consensus for chapter 10, and we're going to just review the procedures. So the co-chairs again are going to guide us through the documents so that you can determine which edits to send to the writers. They're going to discuss the highlighted comments in numerical order and ask members to decide whether the suggestion should move on to the writers or not. Again, you're going to use your raise your hand feature when you wish to speak, and please wait to be acknowledged by the co-chairs. Again, the co-chairs are going to call for a vote, and once sufficient discussion has taken place on an item, and they'll use their best judgment to determine the right time to call for the vote. Our staff here will tally and announce the votes on each item. Items consented will be highlighted in green. Items not consented will be highlighted in red. And finally, if it's necessary, the co-chairs have the discretion to move an item to parking lot if it doesn't reach consensus after a second vote. This will allow the committee to come back to that item at a later time. Are there any questions? All right, it's just like we did this morning, so we're going to hand it over to Lori.
Lori?
You got it.
I think you have the process down, so I don't know if we need to review this anymore.
Okay. Diane, were you going to do this part, or do you want me to continue? Whichever is best for you.
I'll take this part.
Okay.
All right. So we are at comment number 3, and that was Lena, I think, who asked to have it highlighted. So if Lena or anyone else has a comment on this one, please raise your hand. Lena, go ahead.
Okay, so when I read this, I don't necessarily agree with the mixed message. I think the introduction and the issues with traditional assessments is important. It's describing, the way I'm reading it, it describes what the actual problems are. I don't know that I necessarily see the explanation of the CASP as all good and wait a minute here. So there was the CASP, I think, is one form. What is it? One type of summative assessment. I don't know that there's a complete 180-degree turn. I do think the way CASP is introduced in general, it just seems odd in comparison to all the other what's listed under summative assessment in general, because there's talk about standards-based grading in the summative assessment section, the retaking assignments and tests, portfolios, and then you have the smarter balanced tests. So I don't know that it's a complete 180 in terms of issues with traditional, what's being described in issues with traditional assessment.
Do you want me to continue or wait?
We are live, so you are set to go. Thank you, Diane.
Okay. As I started to say, I did make that comment. And when I was reading through this, I got through the introduction, and it was the issues with traditional assessment. And just reading about the universities dropping standardized testing and how, the workforce out there was saying that it really was, my impression was it really wasn't assessing what needed to be assessed. And I got a real negative vibe from that. I'm like, okay, or are we talking about, not really supporting standardized testing? And then I went through all the rest of it with the different forms of assessment, formative, summative, really got that. And I was like, oh, okay. And then it got to the SBAC and CASP and everything at the end of it, and was like, oh, no, they're supporting it. They're talking about the different ways. So I just was wondering if there, and I don't know how, maybe this is one of the things the writers can do, is somehow make that a little bit more positive in the issues with traditional assessments, or say something in there that, we're making changes in the standardized assessments that we're using, and that will be shown later in this chapter. I really wasn't sure how to fix it. That was just the feeling, that the impression that I was given. So that's where my head was at as far as making that comment, if that clarifies it to anybody or maybe confuses you more.
Thank you. And Lori?
No, I was just going to say the comments weren't on the screen. I forgot my hand was raised. I apologize.
Okay. Bernadette?
I would like to just piggyback on what Lisa has mentioned. My wondering is, when I look at the title and it says mathematics assessment in the 21st century, I wonder how we are going to rethink or reimagine how our mathematics assessment is going to be as presented in this document to truly highlight our students, equipping them with ability, with knowledge and skills to be metacognitively, aware of their assets and their strengths. And so when Lisa was saying, I get mixed message when I read through about these as well, it looks like there may be something that we can include there to talk about appropriate assessment design as well, to ensure that our students, including our English learners and our students with disabilities, are being thought of. I mean, they are valued and they are affirmed as members of these communities. So maybe that could be the story of this chapter.
So do you feel like that's a part of comment number 3, or do you feel like that would be an additional comment about assessment design?
I think I see what Bernadette, and I appreciate that, the support. if there's a way at the beginning that we can, I think Bernadette was heading on this too, that we can talk about or introduce the changes that we're making in those standardized assessments, in those assessments, so that they are more useful to the colleges and universities. They are more useful to the businesses, to the public, to the people that are hiring us, so that I don't have to, or the readers don't have to wait until the end of the chapter to hear the changes that are made, to hear how traditional standardized assessments are changing.
Okay, thank you. Rosa?
Well, Bernadette sort of triggered my thinking here. This is, again, a revision. And again, we keep throwing around 21st century and assessments. I mean, you have a whole chapter on data science. There are all kinds of modeling, project-based type assessments that are maybe something that should be part of the thinking process here. You know, a lot of people thinking of capstone type assessments. I don't know, food for thought. And then my understanding is this is actually going to become chapter 11. So it goes pretty late in the framework. And I always struggle with, do you start with the end in mind, which is maybe what is the project, what is the assessment? Or do you start with the standards in mind? I mean, you can go either way, but we're reviewing this one pretty early on, meaning we just had a special presentation on it. So it feels like there is an importance put to this. So anyway, just more wonderings than I guess solutions here, but we should have a solid message according to, you know, having that highlighted. It shouldn't be negative on assessment and then positive on something. So I'll stop there.
All right, thank you. Christina?
So I have kind of a two-part comment. The first, as far as talking about alternate forms of assessment, I think we see snippets of it throughout. So there's some talk about projects, portfolios, rubrics, self-assessments. So maybe thinking about putting that comment a little bit lower down, but focusing specifically on number 3 that's highlighted here. I see in line 33 in the introduction, where it starts off kind of outlining what this chapter is going to be about. And I'm wondering if we can use that place. It talks about addressing the need for rethinking traditional assessment. Go along through the sentence, and at the end, before we introduce the Common Core line, say, talk about and how the CASP is attempting to rethink standardized assessment. And so that it's like, we're going to outline some issues, but when we talk about CASP, we're going to talk about the attempts that they're making to address some of those issues. And that might help us bridge that gap.
Okay, so you're speaking in favor of comment 3, yes?
Yes, speaking in favor of comment 3, but with a very specific, like, just a little bit tweak to the language in that introduction.
Okay, and Lena?
Yeah, I think the tweak that Christina suggested does make things much clearer, rather than having to go back and you know, redo or rethink parts of the issues with traditional assessments. So I think that would be a better way to leave the realities of issues with traditional assessments, but then start that connecting. I think that's the piece that's missing, that connector piece for sure.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment on this one? I see no other hands. Would you please vote whether you want this comment with the bulleted item to go to the writers?
We're waiting. Okay. We've got 11 yes, and 8, I can live with it.
Vote
All
passes.
right, thank you. Yep. And comment number 4, Lori Freermuth, looks like that one's for you to address. And then if we could get rid of all the votes, please, then if you have a question, you can raise your hand. Or if you want to address this one.
I think my concern was just when it says talk about incorporate formative assessment into a student's overall progress report. I was wondering if, and it kind of, my concern went together with number 5, about assessment reporting. To me, when you're talking about a progress report, that is out of the purview of the teacher. Because are we, and maybe Bernadette could clarify this, are you talking about like the progress report that the school sends home? Because I as a teacher don't have any control over that, like the formal one sent home, or are you talking about a progress report that is teacher generated and sent with the student? So I think that was my concern with those. Are you talking about like a district one sent home, or are you speaking to just the ones that teachers generate to send home or communicate with students? I just needed more clarification because the framework can't dictate what a district progress report would look like.
Well, I guess I made that comment because if we are to give some examples of progress reports, such as on lines 247, you know how we have traditional report card, standardized-based report card, and so on and so forth. My wondering is, you know, we're talking about formative assessment, and now here are some examples of report cards. So how are we utilizing the power of formative assessment to truly speak to the students' mathematics understanding, guiding them to being aware of where they are in terms of, you know, accumulating those skills and knowledge to help them understand mathematics? I guess my point here is we need to see how formative assessment can be weaved throughout if we think about assessment for learning. So if we were to provide, you know, those report cards in those different pages, how are we then using formative assessment to truly send the message of these, you know, this opportunity just in time learning to get them to understand the contents of those report cards that were used in some of the pages of this document.
All right, thank you. Cole, please.
Yeah, I just want to, it's more than just for the teachers, though. This is also guidance for school district administrators, boards, policymakers as well. So having something like that to kind of show them what it could look like to send to parents, not just necessarily from the teacher's perspective. I think that's important.
All right, thank you. And Erin.
So I'm just confused because this discussion is talking about how to incorporate formative assessment into a progress report. Formative assessment by definition, isn't it for the teacher to drive instruction, not for grading purposes? So to me, that seems like it's kind of contradicting what we want and what message we want to send.
Thank you. And Christina.
So I agree with what Erin was just saying. I was a little hesitant to think about formative assessment being put on a report card because I feel like we're a progress report that the moment we start putting it out on something we're sending home, it becomes sort of summative. It's already happened. However, I was also wondering if what we really mean here is because we're showing examples of report cards and summative assessment, maybe we need something analogous in the formative assessment, like how to act on the evidence and provide guidance for acting on the evidence, but I don't necessarily know that I would want to see it on a progress report. But maybe how does the teacher then use it for that just-in-time instruction?
Thank you. And Lisa.
Okay, I was thinking of the same thing that Aaron and Christina were, but in forms of, or in the way of the statement, taking the word report off of the end and saying, I think teachers need to know how to incorporate formative assessment into a student's overall progress, or to develop their progress, or, you know, into their learning. So they need to know how to use formative assessment in their lesson planning, in their planning for the student. So maybe taking the word report out of there as an idea.
Okay, Bernadette, I believe that was your comment. How do you feel about taking the word report out?
I like that. Thank you so much. I truly believe that that formative assessment is just in time action for a teacher or for an educator to truly respond to or address the students' needs, and, you know, formalizing some feedback to address where they are in terms of their progression. So thank you.
Okay, and Lori.
I'm concerned that if the word report is removed, that there will be no communication with the student about the progress that they are making, or that won't be the assumption that whatever progress the student is making should be communicated with the student. So I don't know if there's a better word for that, maybe feedback, like Bernadette said, but I think we might be losing something by taking that word away from there.
Okay, let's do 2 more comments and then vote. Lena and Janet.
So I'm thinking with this one, I like the idea of taking off report, but maybe just making clear throughout the document, teachers, students, parents, maybe that might help with taking out the word report. In the ideal world, I'd like to be able to put that in some way on a progress report. I just don't know how far districts, like traditionally people are just looking at letter grades and that's the end of it. And given what was stated in the document, it's like as soon as you put a grade, like, you know, they're not paying it, you know, suddenly the grade is the most important thing, not the other pieces around it. So I think maybe just making sure teachers, students, parents, administrators, and I do support the taking off of report if that's clarified in the document.
Okay. Thank you. And Janet?
Sorry, finding the unmute. So one of the things that I'm struggling with in this conversation about formative assessment goes to the graphic that they showed us in the presentation this morning, where they had sort of those circles that were all heading towards the standards, and it had minute by minute, day by day, week, month, and then it went all the way up, and you had that formative, interim, and summative. And so I'm not sure that we have a common definition of what formative assessment is in that one. And so in the minute by minute, that's not going to show up on a progress report, but maybe it's the daily, weekly type of thing. And so I'm wondering what the intention of, we're really trying to communicate to stakeholders. So in the minute by minute and the daily, we might be communicating to students, and in some of those broader ones, we might be communicating to families. But that graphic that just came up is something that when you say formative assessment, underneath in that picture, it says minute by minute and daily. And for me, that doesn't go on a progress report.
Okay, and then Lindsay, and this will be our last comment for right now.
Could we just say, I think teachers need to know how to incorporate formative assessment and feedback into a student's overall progress. And then that way the feedback is there, but then the report is out. And so we're still giving students feedback, or whoever feedback on the progress and on what's going on with the formative assessments.
So you're saying after, okay, there, you got it, yep. formative assessment and feedback. Okay.
Because we're not telling the writers exactly how to write it, right? We're just trying to capture that idea.
Right. Okay. All right. And Bernadette, it was your comment originally. Are you okay with the way it's edited at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Then let's go ahead and vote, please, how you want to vote on the one that is not lined out.
Okay.
Your mic. Oh, go ahead. I'll read it out. 12 yes.
2 no.
2 no.
And 5 I can live with it.
5 I can live with it. So it passes.
All right. Thank you. Comment number 5. Bernadette, this was yours to speak to again.
I think my thinking when I was doing that was there's these habits of mind, self-assessment and reflection that was on page 17. And if this is going to be highlighted, that our educators need guidance as to how this could be utilized to empower our learners.
Okay. Thank you. And Lori, you were the person who first asked to have it highlighted. Did you have a question?
I think it was back to fits into assessment reporting that again threw me, because when I think of assessment reporting, I'm feeling it's more formal. It's what I'm sending home. It's what's being graded, like has a grade issued to it. And so that's the part that I was questioning, is that assessment reporting piece.
All right, thank you. And Christina.
Just to clarify, are we really talking about teachers need guidance on how to provide feedback to the students around these habits of mind? Is it about providing feedback, or is it like putting a grade to it? Because I think that's the distinction we're all hung up on.
I see the raised hands. I just want to get Bernadette's response to that. Kind of what was your intention there?
I think it also included here guidance about how habits of mind and interaction and practices standards. I think there's a lot of things that I was thinking when I put this comment, that when we speak about assessment reporting, how might we utilize this, right? And if we are including this in this document, how might our teachers, how are we helping our readers to use these tools for reporting or for student progress?
So is there a way you want to edit your comment to maybe eliminate the assessment reporting and change it to student progress? Or assessing student progress? I'm not sure exactly what words would work there. How about we think about it for a minute and get the 2 comments? Maybe that'll help clear it up. Lisa, what was your comment?
I was thinking kind of like along what you started to say, Diane, with taking the assessment reporting out. I can seeing that chart and how it might overwhelm teachers, and how perhaps they need guidance on how to use those things. to promote progress for their students? How do they use habits of mind? How do they use the practice standards in order to promote their students' progress in mathematics? And that way we get the reporting out of there. We get away from that, away from worrying about how do we put it on a report card. I think that's, I don't know, I can't read Bernadette's mind, but maybe you see this chart and teachers wonder, well, that's great. How do I use that in my classroom? Give me some guidelines.
So it sounds like what you're saying is if we changed it to and practice standards aren't implemented to ensure student progress or something along those lines?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay, Stephanie.
Yeah, I was thinking, but.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Stephanie, did you still have your...
Yeah, I think I'm confused about, I mean, I look at the chart and it looks very clear to me. I don't see that a teacher would have difficulty understanding how to use this. And then when we go back to the guidelines, we're supposed to keep this to however many pages we're supposed to have. I feel like if we're adding too much that's really not necessary, I think we're straying from those guidelines. I mean, it just when I look at the image of habits of mind, it's broken down into novice, emerging, and proficient, and it's very clear. So I don't know if it's necessary to add anything else.
Okay, thank you. And Erin, and then Lena.
I would agree with what Stephanie was saying, and I'm a little confused by this because I think the writers are touching on how to include habits of mind and how to move progress forward when they introduce in the sections with the rubrics that have the ideas of the habits of mind and the self-assessment, et cetera. And I think we have to be careful, again, about adding too much and making sure that we're focused on what we have. So maybe that instead of adding more here in this particular spot, in the section of rubrics, when it is addressing the idea of habits of mind, that there's some kind of statement to draw that out, what Bernadette is trying to really get to, the idea that we're incorporating the habits of mind into how we're moving student progress along.
And are you saying that would be an addition? Is it part, I guess my question is it a global concern or is it more of a specific concern?
No, and that's the thing is I don't think it is a global concern because I think the writers are trying to address that within this chapter. And I think by putting it in the global section, it almost is telling them that we need to add more, like another section or something to it. So I think it's sending the wrong message to what we're trying to reflect to the writers right now.
Okay, thank you. And Lena, and then we will vote after this comment.
So I just hearing the other comments, I would agree that it seems like it would fit under the rubric section, but I think maybe if length is a consideration, maybe at least putting a link to this rather than putting the whole chart in here. I do think teachers would need guidance. So I just don't know. I don't know if the guidance is in here or does guidance meaning more professional learning, because just working with some of my other colleagues, while it may look like something, while it has novice, emerging, and proficient, it doesn't mean that implementing it is, and actually how do I use this as a structure of my class is totally different. Like people would need more support and guidance on that. So I just don't know if this is more like professional, just saying something more about professional learning and leave it at that, or, including it in the something about it in the rubric section. So it almost seems like two separate issues.
Okay, thank you. If everyone could please vote whether to move this comment forward to the writers.
We have 12 no and 7 I can live with it.
Does not pass.
All right, and somebody from CDE, I'm thinking that comment 9 will be the last one, so we have the time to wrap up at the end. Does that sound okay?
Yes, I believe that will work. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So comment number 9, more guidance on the assessment of EL at Promise and GATE students. And I think it's Lena who had a question on that. Nope, not Lena, not Lisa.
It was me, Lindsay.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. I think that the statement is great. I agree with the statement. If there is, can we define at promise? Like, I know that our ed code isn't using at risk anymore, but that's not necessarily common practice around teachers. And so if like there is a section on specifically meeting the needs of students who are at promise and things like that, that was defined and like not just as a label, but explained what that is meaning.
Okay. Thank you. And Erin.
I just would caution the idea of bringing in at promise and GATE in terms of equity, especially with the current research about detracking. And I think we need to be in tune with that. And so this is really, it's kind of, this statement with the at promise and the GATE is really kind of centralizing on that idea of we have the kids who can and the kids who can't. And I think we need to be really, really careful about addressing that, especially in the climate we're in right now.
Thank you. And anyone else with a comment on this one? Janet.
So this was my comment, and I didn't choose that language. I was just reading when I was going through it, I was reading in the guidelines, and I was saying what's in this chapter and what's not in this chapter, just sort of looking for how we were hitting the mark. And so that's not my language. So people can change it however they want. It is the language that's in the guidelines. And so I put that there, but I struggle with the GATE. I do understand the at promise a bit. So if I was going to modify my own suggestion, I would say, providing assessment on ELs at promise, even special education students, thinking about how do you show proficiency in multiple ways? Where's the UDL in these assessments? That's what I just was a little lazy and cut and pasted out of the guidelines, but there isn't a lot of, maybe there is, but.
So did you want to remove and GATE from your comment?
Sure.
Okay. And Christina.
I would just say maybe revising or wordsmithing to provide more guidance on assessment where equity is the center, or with an equity focus, rather than calling out specific groups. Let's just say we want assessment that provides equity and access.
And
go ahead, Janet.
Well, and so I want to say it goes to what Bernadette was talking about. It's about we want providing assessment that allows you to find assets, that allows you to find the things that you can build upon. So that type of providing more guidance on assessment with an equity lens, looking for the assets that students are bringing forward that teachers can build upon. Something like that.
Okay. Rebecca.
I would like that better if we made it more broad, because we don't want to eliminate a whole population of students. This is about equity. It's about meeting the needs of all students. And some students in California are GATE learners. So we don't want to necessarily take that out and forget about a population.
Okay, thank you. And Bernadette.
I forgot the name, but I think it was Janet that piggyback about that. And I wonder if in the language for this one, we could include something around the importance of appropriate assessment design to ensure that all students have equal access to quality mathematics education.
Okay. Do you have a suggestion for how to get that probably into the second bullet? Because I think it sort of gets at it, a general equity approach or meeting the needs of all students. It just doesn't use that assessment design language. Or do you think this is enough, and since the writers are hearing this, they'll understand what it is you're saying?
Janet used the term UDL, and I feel like that should be included in it.
Okay.
And that's part of that assessment design that we're thinking in terms of how we could utilize assessment to, again, help our students, support our students move forward.
Okay.
I just want, hi, this is Shanine, sorry. I just want to read the guideline for us. So we are at guideline 3B6, guidance for planning assessment, including references to and support from current research on effective assessment strategies for students who are recognized as ELs at promise, GATE identified, and students with disabilities.
Okay, thank you. Stephanie and then Rosa, and then we'll see where we stand by taking a vote.
Oh, yeah, and then I was looking at the guidelines as well, and I think it's 2. Hold on, I have a lot of screens open. But it did reference UDL.
So you might be looking at guideline 2C, guidance ensuring access and equity, including research related to universal design for learning.
Yes, that's the one. So incorporating that language somehow as well as what Director Coach just read.
Thank you.
Can someone
Kyle, do you have a place to get it in there?
I would truly appreciate if someone could link that as well, so that as we are speaking about some language of that guideline, that we could also see that as well.
The UDL? Is that what you mean?
And the guideline in itself.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
There we go. Okay, and Rosa, and then we will take a vote.
I was going to comment that it seems that A, B, and C are some of the places that our writers are being directed to provide the guidance, if I'm reading this correctly. Aren't A, B, and C additions that I think it's Janet probably added in there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, if you could please indicate your support or lack of support and whether you want this one to move forward to the writers by voting.
Rosa, did you have a question or are you voting?
Yeah, I have a question because I feel like sometimes after we have these discussions and there's all these new bullets, I don't know what I'm voting for now. So I think it's important that there are different things that the writers think about to help guide teachers. I mean, I can't, if you scroll it down a little bit. But what am I voting for now? Because hearing the guidelines, it seems like we shouldn't have even highlighted it. It should just go through and the writers can answer to the thing, their guidance on assessments. And we have to include that language. So are we now saying, and then it says don't single out the groups, but we're not allowed to not single out the groups. So what are we voting for?
I think you're right. We're probably not allowed to, well, except the groups are singled out in the guidelines. So
if you want me to take off and delete that bullet, I can happily do it, but that was not the group's consensus.
Okay. Is there, I guess my question is there anything in this that we're voting on that contradicts the guidelines? And it's probably the don't single out groups, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. There. All right, so now we're in accordance with the guidelines, correct?
Do you want me to include students with disabilities?
Please, that must be my sloppy cut and pasting. So I noticed I missed that.
All right, so now this is the one we're voting on. So if you wanted to change your vote, now would be the time to do that. Is someone counting the votes?
Yes,
Yes.
we're waiting on one more. Jay,
Oh, got it. Okay.
is that an abstention or are you still voting? Okay, so we've got 12 yes, 1 no, and 6 I can live with it.
It passes.
All right. And tomorrow we will pick up at comment number 19.
Perfect. Thank you,
Right.
Diane. So congratulations on your work today. We're all caught up, yay, and running even a little bit ahead of time. So tomorrow we will continue where we left off, as Diane just stated. I'd like to take a few moments just to ask, one, if there are any questions, but also to see if you have any feedback for today's meeting, what went well, and what could we improve. So I'll just open the floor for that. Please raise your hand if you'd like to provide comment or question. Bernadette?
I would truly appreciate if we will be doing this again, to send us ahead of time of a copy of the notes or whatever these comments ahead of time, so that we can think through as well as to how we can, yeah.
So we're not able to send you the Google Doc of the notes ahead of time due to Bagley-Keene requirements, because the discussion must take place during the meeting. So this was a change that we had to make due to the virtual aspect. So the first read generally is when, if you recall from the February meeting, we were all in our small groups and you actually dictated those comments to the CDE staff and then had the discussion and then came in and joined for full group discussion. So this process of you sending your comments individually to us and us compiling them and holding them, it takes the place of that process, but we're unable to send the comments ahead of time due to Bagley-Keene requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Rebecca?
Okay, obviously we all know that collaboration is important, and kind of going off of what Bernadette was saying, that was a piece that I felt like was missing this time around. And I don't know if this is even something that you guys are able to do, but I know in Zooms you can break up into small groups. One thing I missed was that that small group time where we could bounce ideas off of each other, ask for clarification. So like in this situation, I wasn't able to ask for clarification or say something unless I had to say something in front of the entire group, Whereas it would have been nice to have that smaller group size where we could just kind of, talk things out and work things out together.
Thanks for that feedback. That's something that we've looked into and will continue looking into it.
Christina?
Thank you. I was just thinking as far as our process for the consensus discussion and voting, it might be nice before we actually vote to have one of the co-chairs just recap exactly what we're voting on, because I know there's been a couple of times where it's like, wait, what does my yes vote mean? What does my no vote mean? And just have that clarification before we vote.
Thank you.
Theodore?
So Kathy Fosno mentioned earlier that she's able to provide her research and that data around students' learning trajectories specific to data science. I'm wondering if we would have access to that.
She can provide that as public comment, written public comment through the Math Framework mailbox.
Lena?
I definitely, if we could have some small groups like we had before in some format. And then I just also want to say in the afternoon, if we could take the break a little bit earlier, because we had a huge chunk of time when compared to the morning. So if we could do it like after an hour or an hour and a half, whatever works out, I just not have almost, we had over 2 hours, well over 2 hours. I think we were going almost into 3. So just break up the afternoon a little bit more.
Thank you.
Lisa?
I just wanted to, I don't know if you had ever looked into the breakout rooms for Zoom, which could, if they work well, I've used them in the past, for that small group discussion. That might be something that you might want to look into and see if that could solve that small group interaction before we meet into the big group consensus discussion.
Thank you. Yes, and we have looked into it, and we did look into it for this meeting. It's something we still have to work through because we have to make sure that the breakout rooms are accessible for the public to move about freely between breakout rooms. And so that's the primary issue that we would have to resolve before we could do the breakout rooms. And that really is dependent on factors we can't control, such as how many members of the public would want to join at any given time.
Bernadette?
And this is from a perspective of an English learner as well. I truly appreciate when, was it Diana Laurie, when they were trying to paraphrase some of the ideas that is coming from the members of CFCC. I think that is also very powerful to try to understand the ideas or opinions that are provided for the whole to discuss. So please continue doing that, because that's also trying to understand what other people are saying.
Rosa?
To share that all things considering, I think this worked out pretty well. It also reminds me of our COVID-19 situation. I think our schools managed fine because they already knew their students, and it was great having the face-to-face back in February. I think that helped us understand the new process, get to know you. I don't know that if it were the first meeting that this would have been, it would have felt as successful for however we're going to define success today. But I think all things considering, it was good and we got a lot done. So thank you to everyone.
Thank you. Any more? No.
Great. Thank you. So we've noted, and those changes that we can make immediately, we will, and those that we can continue to look into for our August meeting, we will do that as well. So I would like to invite you to have a wonderful evening, and we will meet again tomorrow. And if you could please log on about 8:45, then that would be great. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time today.
Shanine, and may I make one
Thank
last
you.
comment? And just one last comment. If you happen to have any offline conversations with each other, remember Begley Keene, please, and to not discuss any of the committee work.
And it's the same Zoom login tomorrow?
Yes, same login.
Okay, thank you.